Hello, welcome. If you enjoy these stories, please check that you are following and drop a comment where you're listening from. It's a small way to contribute. And tell the algorithm to recommend my stories to more people like you. Every society you have ever heard of began in the same place. Not a palace, not a throne room. A handful of people around a fire, with no ruler, no city, no name that history bothered to keep. And then, somehow, they climbed. Think of it as a staircase out of the dark. The first step is that fire, a band of a few families who share what they kill and answer to no one. Then a village. Then something larger and stranger. A chiefdom, where for the first time a few people eat first and the rest agree to let them. Then the first true cities, with walls and writing and kings. Then the sacred orders, where a god or a temple or a bloodline holds the whole thing together. Then the empire, glittering at its full height, convinced it will last forever. And then, the step that isn't there, the fall that waits at the top of every staircase. Here is the strange part. The part almost no one tells you. The very thing that lifts a people to the next step. Their unity, their surplus, their faith, their sheer dizzying complexity is every single time the thing that eventually pulls them down. The cohesion that builds the city is the rigidity that shatters it. The wealth that raises the walls is the debt that hollows them out. The summit, in other words, is the edge. Tonight, we walk every level of civilization, and at each one, a true story. A city, a king, an institution, a people. And by the end, the single pattern that runs up and down all of it, from the first campfire to the last capital before it burned. It's Easter Sunday, 1722. A Dutch ship rounds a speck of land in the emptiest quarter of the South Pacific. 1,000 miles from anywhere, the loneliest inhabited place on Earth. The sailors line the rail, and they fall silent. Because along the shoreline, staring inland with their backs to the sea, stand giants. Stone faces, enormous carved heads on long, heavy bodies, some of them taller than the ship's own mast. Hundreds of them, ranked along the coast in the grey morning light. Every one of them turned away from the water. Every one of them watching over an island that, to the men on that deck, looks almost bare. Few trees, thin soil, a small, struggling population. And the question forms on every sailor's lips at the same moment. The question we have been asking ever since. Who could possibly have carved these? And where did they all go? You already know the answer, or you think you do. It's a tiny little story, and we've been repeating it for 300 years. They did it to themselves. They multiplied. They grew obsessed with carving these ancestor statues. They cut down every last tree on the island to move them, dragging the stone on rolling logs until there were no logs left, no canoes, no shelter, no soil. And then, the story goes, a starving, stranded society turned on itself and collapsed into ruin, a perfect parable, a warning for our own age. They ruined their world and paid for it. Hold that story in your hand for a moment. Feel how satisfying it is, how clean. Because by the end of tonight, you're going to learn that it is almost entirely wrong. And more than that, You're going to learn who taught it to us and why they needed us to believe it. But not yet. We'll return to that shore. That's a promise. But first, we have to take the first step. Welcome, Midnight Magnates. This is Mr. Calder. As the world goes quiet, we step into the shadows to uncover the stories that built our world. If you enjoy listening or falling asleep to the hidden history of power, fortunes made, and the human nature behind the price of greatness, then this is the place for you. We are close towards a milestone for this little channel. 500 followers. It is not much, I know, but it is progress, and I cannot get there without your help. So if you have thoroughly enjoyed one of my episodes, share it with a friend who needs it. Thank you. So find whatever position lets you forget the day. Put your phone out of reach. Take a deep breath. And let's begin. Climb with me. It's dusk, and we're going up the side of the largest earthen mound in the Americas. A hill that isn't a hill, because human hands carried every basket of it here, one load at a time. The grass is cool under your feet. Behind us, the sky is going the color of a bruise. And below us is a city, not ruins. A living city, spread out across the floodplain in the last of the light. You can see the wide plaza, laid out flat and deliberate as a tabletop, cleared and leveled by hand. You can see the smaller mounds rising from it, dozens of them, each with a thatched temple or a great house on its summit. You can see the thin blue lines of cook fire smoke going straight up in the still evening air. And you can hear it, the low knock of a drum somewhere, the shouts from a ball game on the plaza, the murmur of thousands of people settling into the night. Thousands. In one place, in North America. That ball game, by the way, is worth a pause. They called it chunky. A player rolls a smooth, polished stone disc across the packed earth, and others hurl spears at the spot where they think it will stop. It's played in front of enormous crowds, wagered on ferociously, and it was one of the things that bound this place together. A shared passion, a shared spectacle, radiating out from Cahokia across half a continent. Where you find chunky stones in the ground, centuries later, and hundreds of miles away. You are very often looking at the reach of this one city's influence. Now I can tell you where you're standing. This is the flank of what we now call Monk's Mound, and the year is somewhere around 1050 of the Common Era, and across the river, that dark ribbon to the west, is the ground where, 7 centuries from now, the city of St. Louis will stand. The people down there in the plaza have no name that survived. We call their city Cahokia, after a tribe that lived nearby much later and had nothing to do with building it. Even its name is borrowed. And here is the thing that should stop you. A generation ago, a single generation, none of this was here. Archaeologists have a name for what happened on this floodplain. They call it the Big Bang. Around the year 1050, a modest scattering of villages didn't grow into a city gradually, over centuries, the way you'd expect. It exploded into one, Almost overnight, by the standards of history, someone laid out a plan, a real, deliberate, surveyed plan, and people came pouring in from across the mid-continent to build it. They leveled a 50-acre grand plaza. They raised mound after mound. They planted great circles of red cedar posts out on the flats that tracked the sun through the year, solstice, equinox, the whole turning calendar. A wooden observatory we've taken to calling Woodhenge, and the mound under your feet, 10 stories tall, a base wider than the Great Pyramids, some 800,000 cubic yards of earth, every ounce of it dug with wooden tools, packed into baskets and carried up on human backs. On its summit, a building, a temple, or the residence of whoever ruled all this. From up here, he could see everything. Everyone could see him. At its height, this city held perhaps 10 to 15,000 people in its core, and maybe 40,000 across the wider settlement, though the honest answer is that we're estimating. You count houses and hearths, and you reason backward. Either way, no city in what would become the United States would match it again until Philadelphia in the 1780s. 700 years later. Sit with that. A metropolis stood right here on this floodplain, larger than London was at the time, and most of us were never taught its name. But a city that rises this fast is holding something up by force, and the archaeologists found where the weight came down. There's a smaller mound out beyond the Great Plaza. Nothing much to look at. A low ridge, easy to walk past. We call it Mound 72. And when it was carefully excavated in the 20th century, it gave up the other half of Cahokia's story. The half that doesn't fit on a postcard. Inside, more than 250 people had been buried. Not all at once, and not all the same way. And that difference is the whole story. At the center lay a man, a person of enormous importance, clearly. He'd been laid to rest on a bed of marine shell beads. Shells carried up from the distant Gulf Coast, tens of thousands of them, painstakingly arranged beneath and around his body in the shape of a great bird, a falcon or a hawk, its wings spread wide. Modern archaeologists gave him a name for that, the Birdman. Around him, others of high rank, grave goods of astonishing craft, arrowheads napped from stone quarried hundreds of miles apart, sheets of worked copper, a staff of office. This was a burial meant to say something, meant to say, this power came from the sky and it belongs to us. And think about what those grave goods alone reveal. Arrowheads napped from stone quarried in places hundreds of miles apart. Oklahoma, Wisconsin, Tennessee. Copper from the shores of the Great Lakes. Shells from the Gulf of Mexico. To furnish a single tomb, Cahokia reached across a third of a continent. This was a city sitting at the center of a web of trade and belief that we are only beginning to map. The Birdman didn't just rule a floodplain. He sat at the heart of our world. But the honored dead are not the reason Mound 72 is hard to talk about, because scattered through that same mound are the others. mass graves, groups of people buried together at the same moment, including, in one pit, some 50 young women, laid out in neat rows. In another, around 40 people who, the evidence suggests, went into the ground together at the ceremony's demand. Roughly 6 out of 10 of everyone in that mound appears to have died, not of age or illness, but to accompany the powerful into the earth. I'm going to leave the how of that where it belongs, in the ground, quietly. What matters here isn't the horror of the act. It's what the act tells us. It tells us that by this point, someone in Cahokia could stand on top of that great mound and command not just labor, not just tribute, but lives. That the sacred authority holding this city together had grown so total that a funeral could require an escort of the living. That is a specific and terrible kind of power. It is also, historically, a very late kind of power, the sort that appears when a ruling class has stopped asking and started taking. And around the same time, they built a wall. A wooden palisade, roughly 2 miles of it, ringing the central precinct, bastioned, defensible, serious, raised around the year 1175. Think about what a wall like that means. You don't wall off the heart of your own city from your own countryside unless the trust between the two has started to fail. Unless the people who grow the corn have begun to look at the people who eat first with something other than devotion. A wall goes up when a city stops trusting its own fields. And within a lifetime, those fields would empty out entirely. Here is the strange mercy and the strange sadness of how Cahokia ended. There was no sack. No burning, no conquering army came down out of the north to put it to the sword. No single catastrophe you could point to and say, there, that's the night the city died. It simply let go. Across the late 1100s and into the 1200s, the people began to leave, not in a panic, a household at a time, a neighborhood at a time. You can read it in the ground, the outer districts thinning, then the inner ones. And you can read it in that palisade, because as the city shrank, they rebuilt the wall. Smaller, and then smaller again, tighter and tighter, circuits drawn around a contracting core, like a man pulling a blanket in around his shoulders as the fire dies. Each rebuild a quiet admission. There is less of us to protect now, and less again. By around 1350, the great plaza stood silent. The drums were gone. The temples on the mounds went unrepaired, and the rain and the grass began their slow work. Why? That's the honest and unsatisfying part. We don't fully know, and anyone who tells you they do is selling something. There are pieces. A changing climate, with drought and flood arriving at the worst times. A city that had bet everything on maize, on corn, and on a fragile floodplain that could turn on you. Deforestation of the nearby hills for all that firewood and all those cedar posts. Social strain, a loss of faith in the ruling order quarrels will never hear. Almost certainly all of it at once. braided together, no single thread you could pull and say, "This is the one that unraveled everything." And that, quietly, is our first lesson, the one to carry up the stairs. When the belief that holds a sacred order together begins to fade, the order doesn't fall, it dissolves. Power that rests on faith simply evaporates when the faith does. There's nothing left to conquer. The people just walk away. And walk away they did. That's the part I want you to hold on to, because it corrects a lie you may have absorbed without noticing. The people of Cahokia did not vanish from the earth. The Mississippian world they belonged to outlived the city by centuries. Their descendants, the Osage and other nations of the great river valleys, carried their bloodlines and their memory forward and are here today. The city died. The people lived on. But when white settlers finally stood before these mounds centuries later, they refused to believe native hands had raised them. And that refusal did a damage all its own. Picture a 19th century American surveyor standing where we started this chapter, at the foot of the largest earthwork on the continent. 10 stories of engineered earth, mound after mound, stretching to the horizon. A plaza, an observatory, the unmistakable bones of a great and ancient city. And he looks at all of it, and he decides that Indians could not possibly have built it. This wasn't a fringe idea. For much of the 1800s, it was the respectable view. There must have been, the thinking went, a lost race, a vanished people of superior stock, white-skinned perhaps, or from some old-world civilization. Phoenicians, a lost tribe. Anyone who raised these monuments in the deep past and were then wiped out by the savage ancestors of the native peoples currently living on the land. The mound builders, they called this phantom race, a whole mythology written up in books, argued in lecture halls, believed by presidents. Now, why does a nation invent a fairy tale like that? Ask yourself what it was for, because here is the timing. At the very moment, Americans were telling themselves this story, a story that said the real builders of these lands were a noble, vanished race, and the native peoples were merely their destroyers. That same nation was in the business of dispossessing those native peoples, driving them from their land, marching them west. And a myth that says these people are not the true heirs of this place, they only took it from someone finer, is not an idle myth. It is a permission slip. It launders a theft into an inheritance. That's the move I want you to remember tonight, because we are going to see it again and again, all the way up the staircase. The conquerors don't just take the land, they take the story. They decide, after the fact, who is allowed to have built the past. And they always prefer a convenient lost race to an inconvenient living one. The truth won, eventually. Cahokia is a UNESCO World Heritage Site now, credited plainly and correctly to the ancestors of the native nations who built it. The lie has been named for what it was. But keep that trick close. The conquerors deciding who gets to have built the past. We'll watch it happen at the very top of the stairs. on that lonely island with the stone faces. First, though, a whole civilized world. Not one city, but 8 kingdoms, woven together, rich beyond anything Cahokia dreamed. A world that fell not slowly, over 3 centuries, but all at once, in a single lifetime. Come back across the ocean and back another 2,000 years to the eastern end of the Mediterranean, somewhere around 1250 before the Common Era. I want you to stop picturing separate kingdoms. That's the mistake that makes this story impossible to understand. Instead, picture a single organism, one glittering, humming web of power that stretched from the shores of Greece to the mouth of the Nile. At one node of that web sits a pharaoh in Egypt in his painted halls. At another, a great king of the Hittites ruling a mountain empire in what's now Turkey from his fortress capital. On the island of Cyprus, the copper mines. In the ports of the Canaanite coast, the merchants. Across the Aegean, the Mycenaean Greeks in their stone citadels. The world of Agamemnon, of the tales that would one day become the Iliad, Babylon, in the east, ancient even then. 8 or more great powers, and they did not stand apart from one another. They were linked, hand to hand, port to port, crown to crown, and they knew it. We have their letters, real diplomatic correspondence, king to king, and the astonishing thing about them is the tone. They call each other brother. My brother, the king of Egypt. My brother, the king of Hatti. They complain about late shipments and stingy dowries and gold that wasn't as pure as promised. They arrange marriages between their houses to seal their alliances. It reads, honestly, like nothing so much as the correspondence of a modern trading bloc. A family of nations, confident in an order so old that no one alive could remember it beginning. And underneath it all ran a single, beautiful, fatal dependency. Bronze. This was the Bronze Age. Bronze was the metal of every tool, every plow, every sword. And bronze is an alloy. To make it, you need copper, and you need tin. Copper they could find, but tin was rare, and the tin that armed these great powers was often carried across the entire known world to reach them, over mountains and seas, from mines 1,000 miles distant, which means no single kingdom, not even mighty Egypt, held all the ingredients of its own strength. Every crown depended on the roads and the ships of every other crown staying open. Every sword in the region was, in a sense, a joint project. Nobody was self-sufficient. And nobody, in that confident golden afternoon, thought that was a problem. It was simply how the world worked, and had always worked, and always would. We even have the wreck of a single ship from this world, gone down off the coast of what's now Turkey, that tells the whole story in one hull. In its hold, copper ingots by the ton, and tin to alloy them. Raw glass, ebony from Africa, ivory, pottery from the Aegean, jewelry, weights, tools, trade goods from at least 7 different cultures, all riding together in one wooden belly, all bound for someone's port when the sea took it. One ship, 7 civilizations in its cargo. That was the ordinary texture of this age. Everything, everywhere, moving through everyone. It was the most connected the world would be for another 3,000 years. And connection, it turns out, is a kind of debt. Then, within roughly 2 generations, everything went wrong at once. Not one disaster. That's the part people always want, and it's the part history refuses to give. There was no single monster at the gate. Instead, there was a braid of catastrophes arriving with the horrible timing of a system that had quietly used up all its luck. The climate turned first and slowest. We can read it now in pollen and sediment and the rings of ancient trees. Decades of drought settling over the eastern Mediterranean. Harvests failing year after year. The granaries thinning. Famine is patient. It doesn't storm the walls. It just makes everyone a little weaker, a little more desperate, a little less able to absorb the next blow. And the next blow came. The ground itself began to move. A cluster of earthquakes so tightly spaced that archaeologists have a phrase for it. An earthquake storm. Great cities, one after another, shaken and cracked and toppled across a span of decades. Then, rebellion, as hungry populations turned on palace elites who had food and would not share it. Then the trade routes, those precious lifelines carrying the tin and the grain, began to break, node by node, until the ships stopped coming. And moving through all of it, like smoke through a burning house, were the raiders. The Egyptians would carve their name into temple walls, the Sea Peoples, a loose, shifting confederation of shipborne fighters and migrants and displaced families. The Egyptians list their names: the Peliset, the Shudden, the Shekelesh, and others, appearing on coastlines, burning, moving on. For a long time, we cast them as the villains, the barbarians who broke the Bronze Age. But look closer, and the story turns inside out, because we genuinely don't know who most of them were. And the best guess now is that the Sea Peoples were not the cause of the collapse, so much as a symptom of it. They were, many of them, refugees, people already fleeing the drought and the famine and the fires somewhere else, washing up on richer shores because their own had failed. The disaster was already underway. They were riding it, not starting it. And those palace economies, the ones that had hoarded all the grain and all the bronze in their great central storehouses? When the shocks came, they discovered they had built a system with no slack in it, no reserve, no backup. Everything optimized, everything centralized, everything just in time. It had made them rich. Now it left them with nothing to fall back on. Pull one thread from a tapestry, and nothing much happens. Pull one thread from a net, and the whole thing comes apart in your hands. This world was a net. Let me take you inside one of those burning houses, because in the whole vast, faceless story of this collapse, there is one voice, one real human voice, that reaches across 3,000 years and takes you by the arm. On the Syrian coast stood the port city of Ugarit, wealthy, cosmopolitan, a hinge of the whole trading world. Its warehouses stuffed with goods from every corner of the Mediterranean. Its scribes writing in 6 languages. And its last king was a man named Amurapi. Picture him at the end. Smoke is rising over his harbor. Enemy ships have appeared off his coast, and they are burning his towns. And here is his particular agony. His own army and his own fleet are not there. They're away, dispatched north to the Hittite lands and west to a region called Lucca, sent off to prop up allies in their own emergencies. He has stripped his own defenses to help his brothers, and now the fire has come to his door, and there is no one left to hold it. So he does the only thing a king can do. He writes. We have the letters. One of them describes enemy ships arriving and doing great harm. His cities burned, his country undone, while his forces are elsewhere. Another is a desperate plea to an ally for help, for ships, for anything. A cry into the dark from a man watching his world end in real time. And here is the detail that I have never been able to shake. Some of those letters were never sent. They were found in the ruins of Ugarit, in a kiln, baked hard. Because the clay tablets they were written on were still drying, still waiting to be fired and dispatched when the city fell and the palace burned. And the very fire that destroyed Ugarit, that killed the world Amurapi, was writing to save. That same fire baked his words permanently into the clay, preserved them. The catastrophe he was describing is the only reason we can still read his description of it. His plea for help was frozen in the disaster it was pleading against. Ugarit was destroyed around 1190 before the Common Era, give or take. We can pin it fairly closely, partly because one of its texts mentions a solar eclipse we can date, and it never rose again. A king with titles and scribes and stone walls, and none of it could conjure the one thing he actually needed: a single neighbor still standing strong enough to send a ship. His cry for help was baked into clay by the disaster it described. But what actually killed his world? The answer is stranger and quieter than any invasion. For the better part of a century, historians hunted for the culprit. Somebody had to have done this. Was it the sea peoples, the drought, the earthquakes? Everyone wanted a name to write in the ledger under cause of death. The modern answer is far more unsettling than any villain. There wasn't one. The historian Eric Klein gave this collapse its most famous frame. He fixed a symbolic date, 1177 before the Common Era, the year the Pharaoh Ramesses III fought off a great wave of the sea peoples in Egypt, a single year, like a tombstone. But Klein is the first to insist that the date is a convenience, not a truth. The collapse wasn't a year, it was a process. Decades long, grinding, spreading, and its cause was not any one of those disasters. It was all of them arriving together on a system too interconnected and too rigid to bend. He has a term for it: a systems collapse. A whole civilization brought down not by a spear, but by the failure of everything, everywhere, at a little more than everything the network could survive at once. Not death by murder, death by complexity. And that quiet, sobering click is the first great idea I want you to carry up the rest of these stairs tonight. We tend to assume that advanced, sophisticated, interconnected societies are strong, that their complexity is a fortress. But complexity is not only strength, it is also exposure. The more finely tuned a system is, the more tightly its parts depend on one another, the more catastrophically a single local failure can cascade into a total one. The wealth and the vulnerability were not two different things. They were the same thing, wearing two faces. Remember our watching historian from the cold open, the one with the word. This is his idea 3,000 years before he was born, written in ash. The strength is the weakness. The summit is the edge. The aftermath was a darkness that lasted 300 years. Writing itself was forgotten across much of the Greek world. The script called Linear B simply fell out of use because there were no more palace clocks to keep the accounts and no more accounts to keep. Populations crashed. The great buildings stopped. An entire interconnected civilization went quiet. And yet, out of that long night, slowly, came new things the old order had been too rigid to allow. The Iron Age, a simpler, portable alphabet, the ancestor of the very letters you'd read this in, carried by Phoenician traders, and eventually the Greek city-state. The forest, you might say, grew back different. We think we know the true story of that collapse. We think we've learned its lesson. Hold that thought, because the single most famous collapse story on the entire planet, the one everybody knows, the one they teach children as a warning, is a lie. A brief word just from me before we go on. The show is closing in on 500 followers. I know, it isn't much in the grand scheme of the empires we're discussing. But it's progress, and we are not quite there yet, and I could genuinely use your help to cross that line. So if one of these stories has stayed with you, share it with a single friend who'd love it too. Leave the show a rating if you're able, and tell me in the comments, where are you listening from tonight? What's the one moment in history you can't stop turning over in your mind? It's how these stories find their way to more people like you. Thank you, truly. Now, back into the dark. We promised we'd come back to the island, so here we are. And I want to start by telling you the story you already know. The ecocide, the self-destruction, and I want to tell it well. Warmly. The way it was meant to be told. Because a story like this one only works its magic if it feels completely true before it breaks. So, a small green island in the vast Pacific, 2,000 miles from the coast of Chile, settled long ago by Polynesian voyagers, some of the greatest open ocean navigators the world has ever produced. They arrived to find a paradise, palm forests, seabirds, rich volcanic soil. And they thrive. Their population grows and they become, over the generations, a people consumed by a single magnificent obsession: carving the Moai. The great stone ancestor faces, nearly 900 of them, all told, quarried from the island's volcanic rock, each one a monument to a lineage, a chief, a family's dead. And here, the story tells us, is where obsession curdles into doom. Because to move a Moai, some of them weighing dozens of tons, you need timber, rollers, sledges, rope. And so, competing family by competing family, each straining to raise a bigger statue than their rivals, the islanders cut and cut and cut, until, in the story's most haunting image, some unknown islander cuts down the very last tree on the entire island, and with it goes everything. No wood for canoes, so no more deep-sea fishing. No roots to hold the soil, so the topsoil blows into the sea. Famine follows. Then, the story says, war. The starving clans turning on each other, toppling one another's sacred statues, descending into chaos and ruin. You can see why it endured. It is a perfect story. Clean cause, clean effect, clean moral. Here is a people who consumed their whole world to feed their vanity and paid the ultimate price. A tiny, self-contained earth used up. A warning for our own crowded consuming age. And notice something else about why it slides down so easily. It quietly erases the most remarkable thing these people ever did. Because to even arrive at that island, this pinprick of rock, in millions of square miles of open ocean, the ancestors of the Rapa Nui had to be among the finest navigators in human history. No compass, no chart, no instruments of any kind. They read the stars, the swell of the water against the hull, the flight paths of birds, and they found a target smaller than a coin on a table the size of a room. But the ecocide story doesn't dwell on that genius. It hurries past it to get to the failure. And you might ask yourself why a story would rather remember a people for how they supposedly died than for the extraordinary thing they did to live there at all. It was made famous in its fullest form by the geographer Jared Diamond in a widely read book in 2005, a book called simply Collapse. And for a generation, Easter Island became the parable, the go-to cautionary tale, the thing everyone knew. It is a perfect story. Clean cause, clean lesson, clean blame. And almost none of it survives contact with the evidence. Let me be careful here, because this is where it matters most. I'm not going to tell you the old story is simply wrong and hand you a new certainty to replace it. That would be doing the exact thing this whole chapter is about to warn you against. What I can tell you is that over the last 2 decades, a revisionist consensus has been quietly emerging, a growing body of hard evidence that the collapse, the ecocide, the self-inflicted doom, largely did not happen the way we were told. Not that the debate is closed. It isn't. But the ground has shifted badly under the tidy version. The deforestation was always the heart of the story. So begin there. The forest did die. The island's great palms did disappear. But the chief suspect is no longer the axe. It's a stowaway. The first Polynesian settlers brought with them, as voyagers always did, the Polynesian rat. And on an island with no predators and endless palm nuts, rats do what rats do. They bred into the millions, and they ate the seeds, gnawing the nuts before they could ever sprout. Their tooth-scarred shells turn up all over the island's archaeology. A forest can survive people cutting trees. What it cannot survive is nothing new ever growing back, and the people who lived there were no reckless destroyers. They practiced lithic mulching, rock gardening, deliberately breaking stone across their fields to shelter the soil and trap the moisture. That is not a society heedlessly consuming itself. That is careful, sophisticated adaptation to a hard place. And the ground has kept shifting. A 2024 genetic study in the journal Nature read the islanders' own DNA and found no signature, none, of the great pre-contact population crash the ecocide story requires. If half the island had starved in some self-inflicted apocalypse, their genes would remember it, and they don't. Then, in late 2025, a team working sediment cores pointed instead to a brutal, centuries-long drought settling over the island around the year 1550. A natural catastrophe, not a moral one. I'll say it plainly because the honesty is the point. This is a live dispute, and serious scholars still argue over the island's true carrying capacity. A revisionist consensus emerging is exactly the right phrase. Not case closed. Hold it loosely. But then there are the statues themselves. And this is the detail that ought to make you shiver a little. The islanders, the Rapa Nui, the descendants, always said, the more I walked, that the great stone ancestors moved themselves from the quarry to their platforms upright, under their own power. For centuries, outsiders smiled at that. A charming myth, primitive people explaining something they couldn't have really done. Except modern researchers tried it. They took a full-sized Moai replica, tied 3 ropes to it, and had teams rock it side to side. And the statue walked. It moved forward, upright, swaying from foot to foot, the way movers walk a heavy wardrobe across a room on its corners. It needed no logs, no rollers, no felled forests at all. The single most important pillar of the ecocide story, that they cut down their trees to move these things, may rest on an assumption that was never true. The islanders always told us the statues walked. We called it a fairy tale. It turns out they were describing the engineering, and we were the ones telling the fairy tale. So if the island didn't destroy itself, and the evidence increasingly says it didn't, then what actually happened here? Because something did. Something catastrophic and real. It came over the water, and it had a date. In 1862, ships appeared on the horizon of Rapa Nui, and these were not curious Dutch sailors pausing to marvel. These were Peruvian slave raiders. They came ashore, and over a matter of months they carried off, by the best estimates, around 1,500 people, roughly half the island. And they did not take them at random. They took the strong, the able, and they took the leadership, the chiefs, the elders, and most devastatingly, the priests, the literate ones, the men who could read, because Rapa Nui had a script, a system of carved glyphs we call rongo, unique in all of Polynesia, and the knowledge of how to read it lived in the minds of a small class of trained priests. When those men were taken, chained and shipped to labor and die on the guano islands and plantations of the Peruvian coast, the island didn't just lose people, it lost its memory, its library, walking up a gangplank, never to return. To this day, no one on Earth can read rongo. The men who could were stolen in a single season. And then it got worse in the cruelest possible way. Under international pressure, a handful of the captives were eventually sent back toward home. But they carried smallpox with them. And a disease like that, loosed on a small population with no immunity and no elders left to guide them, does what the raiders' ships could not finish. I'll tell you the number, and then I'll let it sit, because it doesn't need decoration. By 1877, 15 years after those ships appeared, there were 111 Rapa Nui people left alive on the island. 111. That is what the actual catastrophe looked like. Not a people consuming their paradise in a fit of vanity. A people robbed of their strong, of their leaders, of their readers, of their memory, by raiders and by germs that came from the outside, over the water, with a manifest and a hold. Not one of those 111 survivors chose any of it. There was no test they failed. There was a crime committed against them. 111 people, and not one of them chose it. So why do we still teach the version where it was their fault? Let me pull the camera all the way back now, because this is the reason Rapa Nui sits where it does tonight, at the very peak of our staircase of stories. It isn't just that the popular story got its facts wrong. It's what the wrong story teaches us about how collapsed stories get made at all. Ask the simple question. Both stories were available, the ecocide and the slave ships. Why did the world reach, overwhelmingly, for the one where the islanders destroyed themselves? Because it's more comfortable. That's the whole answer, and it's a hard one. They destroyed themselves is a story that lets us keep our distance and keep our moral. It turns a small, remote people into a fable we can wag a finger at. Look what happens when a society is greedy and short-sighted. Let that be a lesson to us. It's tidy. It's usable. It even flatters us a little, because we're the ones learning the lesson rather than the ones who sailed the slave ship. Whereas they were destroyed by raiders, by disease, by forces entirely outside their control. That story has no clean moral. It just has a crime and grief and 111 survivors. It doesn't teach us to be better. It only asks us to be honest. And that's a much harder thing to sell. So the tidy version won. For 150 years, it won. And here's the piece of it that ties back to that 19th century surveyor standing at the foot of Cahokia's mounds, inventing a lost white race rather than credit the people he was dispossessing. It's the same move. The powerful, the storytellers, the ones still standing, get to decide what a collapse means. And the Rapa Nui, reduced to 111 souls, robbed of the very priests who held their history, were in no position to sit down and write their own version. Someone else wrote it for them. Someone else always does. But this story, at least, has a different ending than the one we were handed. Because the Rapa Nui did not vanish. From those 111, a people endured. Today, there is a living, growing Rapa Nui community on the island, now a territory of Chile, reclaiming their language, their carvings, their ceremonies, and piece by piece, the authorship of their own past. The stone faces still stand along the coast, still watching inland. And the people they were carved to honor are still there to watch back. So here is the tool I want you to carry with you. Up and down every stair still ahead of us tonight. From here on, every fall we visit, every empire, every city, every golden age that ends, comes to you with two stories attached. There's the version we were handed, tidy and moral, and usually flattering to whoever survived to tell it. And there's the version the evidence actually supports. Hold that suspicion close. Watch which one people reach for. And ask, every single time, who benefits from this being the story we believe? Because if they didn't destroy themselves, then who taught us that they did? Keep that question in your hand, because our next civilization is the strangest mirror image of everything we've just seen. Not a people wrongly accused of destroying themselves, but an empire that set out to destroy, deliberately, ceremonially, in the name of keeping the very sun alive, every single day. Come with me now to a city built on a lake. It's an island, really. An island in the middle of a shallow highland lake, ringed by mountains, in the valley that will one day be called Mexico. Causeways run out across the water to the shore, straight as drawn lines. Canals thread between the houses. Floating gardens, heavy with maize and flowers, drift at the island's edges. And at the center, rising above all of it, a great twin-shrined pyramid, its steps climbing toward a sky these people watched more closely, more anxiously, than almost any people in history. This is Tenochtitlan, capital of the Mexica, the people we usually call the Aztecs. Founded in 1325, and by the time our story turns, one of the largest cities on Earth. And to understand what happens here, you have to understand what these people saw when they looked up at the sun. They did not see a fixed and eternal thing. They saw a god at war. A god named Huitzilopochtli, who each and every night fought a losing battle against the darkness and the stars, and who each morning had to be strong enough to climb back into the sky. And here is the belief that shaped everything. The sun was mortal. It could lose. It could die. And if it died, so did the world, and everyone in it. Why would the sun need help? Because, in their telling, the gods had bled first. At the beginning of things, the gods had thrown themselves into a fire, had given their own blood to set the sun in motion and to make human beings out of the pieces. Existence itself was a gift paid for in divine blood, and a gift like that carries a debt. The living owed that blood back, owed the sun its nourishment, or the great machine of day and night would simply grind to a halt. Sit with that for a moment, in the dark, before we go any further. Because it's easy to hear human sacrifice and reach immediately for the word monstrous and file these people away as cruel. But that is not how it began, and it's not how they understood it. It began as fear, as duty, as a terrible, sincere love of a world they believed they were personally responsible for keeping alive. They were not, in their own minds, taking lives for pleasure. They were paying a bill that came due at dawn, every dawn, forever, and they believed that if they stopped paying it, the sun would go out for everyone. A debt to the sun sounds like pure devotion. But watch what happens to a sincere belief when an empire realizes that a debt can be collected on its enemies. Here is the turn. And it's a quiet one, which is what makes it so unsettling. If the sun demands nourishment, and nourishment means captives, then war stops being merely war. War becomes a harvest, a holy errand. And a people who need a steady supply of captives will, sooner or later, organize their whole society around getting them. The Mexica developed something historians call the Flowery Wars, Xochiayotl. Ritualized battles, arranged with neighboring states, fought not primarily to take land or to kill, but to capture, to bring prisoners home. Think about how strange and how efficient that is. The theology said the sun needed feeding. The Flowery Wars kept the larder full. And the same rite that satisfied a god also, conveniently, terrified everyone who watched it. Because sacrifice at Tenochtitlan was not hidden. It was state theater, performed at the top of that great pyramid, in full view, on a scale meant to be seen. And its message to the surrounding peoples was as much political as it was cosmic. Look at what we command. Look at whose gods are stronger. Send your tribute, or perhaps one day it is your sons on those steps. The debt to the sun had found a second, worldly use. It had become an instrument of terror, and therefore of empire. Archaeologists digging beneath modern Mexico City had begun, in 2015, to uncover a piece of physical evidence for all this that stops you cold, and by 2017 they had counted it. A great rack of skulls at Songpan Tli, near the base of the temple. When they studied what they had found, it overturned an old, comfortable assumption. Everyone had pictured the victims as captured warriors, enemy soldiers, the losers of battle. But among these hundreds of skulls were women and children. This was not only a soldier's fate, it was broader and colder than the old story allowed. Now, I have to be honest with you about the numbers, because this is exactly the kind of story where numbers get weaponized. How many people died on those steps over the empire's life? We genuinely do not know, and the range you'll hear is enormous. One Spanish conquistador, a man named Andrés de Tapia, claimed to have counted well over 130,000 skulls on that single rack. A later scholar, working the arithmetic more carefully, argued the true maximum was closer to 60,000. And a famous Spanish claim that 20,000 people were sacrificed at a single temple dedication is now widely regarded as inflated propaganda, the kind of number a conquering power invents to justify what it did to the conquered. So hold all of those figures loosely. The honest truth is, the sacrifice was real. It was central. It was woven into the machinery of the state, and its exact scale was exaggerated by the very people who had every reason to make these victims sound like monsters. Both things are true at once. We'll come back to who gets to count the dead. An empire that runs on captured enemies has one structural problem it can never solve. It has to keep making enemies. And an empire that must keep making enemies is quietly, year by year, building the coalition that will one day march against it. The machine could not idle. That's the thing to understand. To feed the sun and to fill the tribute rolls, the Mexica had to keep raiding the peoples around them, season after season, generation after generation. And every raid, every load of tribute carried back to Tenochtitlan, every son who did not come home, deposited something in the surrounding valleys. Not gold, resentment, a deep, patient, accumulating resentment, sitting right there on the empire's own doorstep. This is the fault line hiding inside the whole glittering structure. The belief that unified the Mexica, that bound them together as the sun's chosen keepers, gave them purpose, made them formidable, was the very same belief that alienated everyone they touched. The god that held the center together pushed the edges away. Cohesion at the core, fury at the rim. And the two were the same force, wearing two faces. There was a people called the Tlaxcalans, close by, who had never been conquered, who had, in fact, been kept unconquered on purpose, left independent partly to serve as a convenient opponent in those flowery wars, a perpetual sparring partner and source of captives. Imagine holding that grudge. Imagine a whole nation raised on the knowledge that their neighbors considered them a renewable crop. You do not forget a thing like that. You wait. And this is the dramatic irony that a listener can see and the empire could not. From the outside, we can watch the trap closing. The stronger Tenochtitlan grew, the more captives it needed. The more captives it took, the more enemies it made. The more enemies it made, the larger the army that would one day gather against it. Its power was real. But it was hollow-hearted, held not by loyalty but by fear, and fear, unlike loyalty, is always looking for its chance. All that stored-up resentment needed was somewhere to go. A spark. A door. In 1519, it arrived by ship. When the Spaniard Hernán Cortés landed on the coast with his small band of men, he did not, whatever the legends say, conquer an empire. He did something both less impressive and far more devastating. He inherited its enemies. Because as he moved inland, The peoples the Mexica had preyed upon for a century looked at this strange new force and made a cold, rational calculation. The enemy of our enemy. The Tlaxcalans, those perpetual sparring partners, joined him. Others followed. By the time Cortés marched on Tenochtitlan, the army at his back was overwhelmingly indigenous. Tens of thousands of local warriors who did not care about Spain or its king, who wanted one thing: to bring down the city on the lake that had bled them for generations. Cortés supplied the excuse and the spearhead. The coalition supplied the war. And then came the second ally, the invisible one. The Europeans carried, in their blood and their breath, a disease against which the people of this continent had no defense whatsoever. Smallpox. It swept through Tenochtitlan during the siege, and it did what no army could have done alone. It emptied the houses, it broke the defenders, it killed, by some estimates, half the population of the city. Among the dead was a Tlatoani, a ruler named Cuitlahuac, gone in the space of days. There is nothing triumphant in it, a city of families, sealed in with a plague, while an army waited outside. The siege ran 93 days, and on the 13th of August, 1521, Tenochtitlan fell, and with it, the last great independent empire of the Americas. Look at the shape of it. An empire that unified itself by feeding a god was fed, in the end, to its enemies by the very peoples that God had taught it to despise. The belief was the strength and the fatal flaw. The same engine that lifted the Mexica to the top of their rung is the one that burned them down. We keep finding this, don't we? All the way up the stairs. Their empire fed a god. The next one we visit fed nothing at all. No god, no sun, no debt in the sky. It ran on nothing but an idea. And it still fell, just as completely, just as suddenly, in a single year, without a shot fired, in our own lifetimes. Let's leave the lake, and the temple, and the sun, and come almost all the way home to the 1980s, to a country that spanned 11 time zones, from the Baltic to the Pacific. A country with more nuclear warheads than anyone, a space program that had put the first man in orbit, an army that had helped grind down Hitler, and a flag that flew over half of Europe and much of Asia. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. One of the two great poles of the entire planet. On paper, it was invincible. And on paper is exactly where we're going to look, because the paper is where the story hides. Picture the ledgers that almost no one outside the Kremlin was ever allowed to see, because behind the parades and the missiles and the confident speeches, the numbers told a different story entirely. Hidden budget deficits, running, by later estimates, at 7 or 8% of the entire economy, year after year, papered over and never spoken aloud. Chronic shortages of the most ordinary things: meat, soap, decent shoes, the small daily dignities. Long lines outside half-empty shops. An economy that was, quietly, not working, held together by central planners in Moscow deciding how many tractors and how many tins of fish the whole vast country should produce, and getting it wrong, constantly, in 1,000 ways no plan could ever catch. And the whole apparatus rested on a single institution, the Communist Party. Not the army, not the government exactly, the party. It held the economy together, and it held the union together, and it held the story together. The story that all of this was working, that the future was arriving on schedule, that the sacrifices were worth it. The party was the load-bearing wall of the entire structure. Everything leaned on it. But here is the fatal fact about that mighty, insolvent state. Its whole modern budget, the thing that let it buy grain from abroad to feed its people, that let it keep the shelves stocked enough to keep the peace, that funded the arms race and the war it was fighting in Afghanistan, leaned on one number, one export, one commodity coming up out of the ground in Siberia: oil. An empire this dependent on a single commodity has exactly one number it cannot afford to have move against it. And in 1986, that number moved. 1986. On markets far away, in trading rooms in London and New York that no Soviet citizen would ever see, the price of oil collapsed. It had been sitting around $27 a barrel. It fell to below 10. Think about what that means for a state that had quietly bet its survival on selling the stuff. Overnight, or near enough, the hard currency that oil brought in simply evaporated. And that hard currency was not a luxury. It was the thing that bought imported grain to make up for a farm system that couldn't feed the country. It was the thing that bought a kind of stability, a kind of quiet, a kind of consent. The estimates put the loss at something like $20 billion a year. $20 billion the Soviet state had been spending, and now did not have. Isn't it strange? We've spent this whole journey among god-kings and sacred debts and empires that thought the sun itself depended on them. And here, at the end of the 20th century, is a superpower brought to the edge by the same thing that undid a Bronze Age palace or a silted Cambodian canal, a system optimized around a single input, with no slack, no reserve, nothing held back for the year the input fails. The currency changes. The failure mode rhyme. The leadership knew they were in trouble. A government can survive an empty treasury for quite a while. History is full of broke states that stumble on for decades, but only as long as one thing holds. Only as long as the people still believe. Belief is the reserve currency of every state that ever existed, and the Soviet Union had been running low on that too for years, quietly, the way it ran low on everything. So the new man at the top made a decision. He decided the answer to a system rotting in the dark was to let in some light, to let people finally speak. It was, in a way, the bravest thing anyone in that building had done in 50 years. And it was the mistake that ended everything. His name was Mikhail Gorbachev, and his two great words have entered every language: glasnost, openness, and perestroika, restructuring. He believed, sincerely, that the system could be reformed. That if you let people criticize what was broken, they could help you fix it. That sunlight was a medicine. But he had misdiagnosed what he was standing on. Because the deepest power the Soviet state held was never really the army or even the economy. It was control of the story, the monopoly on what could be said, and therefore on what could be thought, and therefore on what people believed was true. For 70 years, the party had told one story about history, about the West, about the shortages, about the past, and no competing story was allowed to be spoken above a whisper. And Glasnost lifted the lid on that. Suddenly, the shortages could be named out loud in the newspapers. The lies could be called lies. The buried history, the famines, the purges, the millions who had vanished could be discussed. And here is the thing about a story that has held a people together by force. The moment its subjects can say aloud that they never quite believed it, it doesn't bend. It shatters, all at once. Because it turns out almost everyone had been privately doubting, each of them alone, each of them assuming they were the only one. And the moment they hear their neighbor say it too, the spell breaks in a single collective exhale. The republics along the edges, the Baltic states, Ukraine, the Caucasus, began to pull away, to remember they had once been nations. The center's grip, which had looked like iron, turned out to have been mostly the belief that it was iron. Remember our watching historian from the very start of tonight, the one who thought every great power carries the seed of its fall inside its own strength. He said something else, too, something that fits this moment exactly. He said that power decays from the inside, in comfort, in the loss of the hunger and the cohesion that first won it. He was writing about desert dynasties 600 years ago. He could have been writing about the men in the Kremlin, watching their own story dissolve in the light they themselves had let in. When a system's own hardliners can feel it slipping through their fingers, they reach for the one tool they have left: force. In August of 1991, they tried it, and it failed in 3 days. The coup, when it came, was almost pitiable. A knot of old guard hardliners, men who wanted to freeze the country back into the way it had been, placed Gorbachev under house arrest, rolled tanks into Moscow, and went on television to announce they had saved the Union. And the Union declined to be saved. Crowds gathered in the streets rather than scattering. Boris Yeltsin, the president of the Russian Republic, climbed up onto one of the coup's own tanks and simply defied them in the open, in daylight. The soldiers, it turned out, had no stomach for firing on their own people to rescue a system nobody believed in anymore. Within 3 days, the coup collapsed. But it had done something permanent. It hadn't saved the center, it had exposed it. Everyone could now see that the emperor had no clothes, no army willing to march, no story left. The coup meant to stop the collapse became the thing that guaranteed it. And so we arrive at the ending, which is, I have to tell you, one of the most quietly absurd endings in all of history. And I say that with a strange kind of affection. The mightiest land empire of the 20th century, a state that had survived a Nazi invasion, industrialized a continent, reached the edge of space, and stared down the United States for 40 years with the fate of the human species in its hands. And how did it end? 3 men in a hunting lodge in a forest in Belarus. In December of 1991, the leaders of Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus met at a secluded government retreat in the woods, a place for shooting game and taking saunas, and over the course of a weekend, with pen and paper, they signed a document declaring that the Soviet Union had ceased to exist as a subject of international law. That was the phrase. As a subject of international law. As if they were dissolving a business partnership or updating a mailing address. No battle. No siege. No last stand at the walls. Just some tired men, a few documents, and, one imagines, a rather good lunch laid on somewhere in the lodge. On the 25th of December, Gorbachev went on television and resigned. The red flag came down over the Kremlin, and a different flag went up, and that was that. On the 26th, it was official. 15 countries where there had been one. There's a lesson buried in the anticlimax, and I want to leave it with you before we move on, because it's the whole point. We imagine that great powers must end in fire, in a sack, a slaughter, a Rome in flames. But the truth is stranger and quieter. When the belief that holds an institution together finally drains away, when nobody in the whole vast machine truly believes in it anymore, then all that's left to do is the paperwork. The pen only finishes what the faith abandoned long before. It took a single year to unmake a superpower. Our next fall took a full century. A slow, sun-baked unwinding in the rainforest. And unlike the men in that forest lodge, the people it left behind did not become 15 new nations. They are still there, still living on the land, still, in a sense, waiting for a promise their kings could never keep. Picture a city in a rainforest. Not a jungle of wild vines and ruin, not yet, but a living, painted, crowded city. Its plazas white with lime plaster and blindingly bright in the tropical sun. Its stepped pyramids rising above the green canopy, like the peaks of an artificial mountain range. Stone monuments everywhere, carved dense with glyphs, ball courts, reservoirs, markets. This is Tikal, in the southern lowlands of what's now Guatemala, and at its height perhaps 100,000 people lived in and around it. One of the most sophisticated civilizations the ancient world ever produced. The Maya had a full writing system, true writing, able to record any sentence in their language, one of only a handful ever independently invented. They had astronomy so precise they could predict the movements of Venus across years. They had the long count, a calendar that tracked time in an unbroken chain of days reaching back thousands of years and forward into a distant future. This was not a simple people. This was a civilization of scribes and astronomers and mathematicians. And at the very center of it stood a figure called the Kuhul Aja, the Holy Lord, the Divine King. And I want you to understand precisely what his power rested on, because it is the hinge of everything that follows. His authority was not merely inherited, and it was not merely military. It was contractual. The Holy Lord's entire claim to rule was that he was the indispensable link between his people and the gods, that through his rituals, his bloodletting, his ceremonies at the top of those pyramids, he kept the whole cosmos turning. He kept the calendar aligned. He kept order in the heavens. And, above all, in a land of rain-fed farming where everything depended on the wet season arriving on time, he kept the rain coming. That was the deal. That was the collateral on the loan of his power. The king guarantees the rain, and the sky, and the harvest, and in exchange, the people build his temples and fill his courts and believe in his divinity. A civilization staking its legitimacy on a promise about the weather. A king who guarantees the rain is a king betting his crown on the sky. And around the year 800, the sky was about to break the deal. It began, as these things do, slowly enough that no single year would have felt like the end. Around 800 of the Common Era, the rains began to fail across the southern Maya lowland. Not for a bad season, those come and go, and any society can weather one. This was different. This was drought that settled in and stayed, deepening across decades. The kind of prolonged dry spell we can now read directly in the chemistry of cave formations and lake-bottom mud. Some of the worst of it, the evidence suggests, in exactly the southern heartland where the great cities stood. The reservoirs shrank. The maize withered in the fields. And the promise, the king's one essential promise, began, visibly, to fail. But I have to be careful here, and so do you, because this is a story that gets told too simply. It's tempting to say, drought did it. Case closed. The rains stopped and the cities died. And that clean, single-cause version is exactly the kind of tidy tale we were warned against on that island with the stone faces. Because the drought did not arrive at a healthy civilization. It arrived at one already straining. The southern Maya cities had spent generations locked in escalating warfare, great rival capitals, Tikal and its enemy Calakmul, the Snake Kingdom, dragging the whole region into their long contests, a slow bleed of resources and men. The land itself was tired, forests cleared for fields, and for the vast quantities of firewood needed to make the lime plaster that coated every temple, soils exhausted, hillsides eroding. So when the drought bore down, it bore down on a society with no slack left, no reserve, no margin, nothing held back. Sound familiar? It should. It's the Bronze Age again. It's every fall we've seen. A rigid, overextended system meeting a shock it has no capacity to absorb. Most scholars now favor exactly that picture, a synergy, they call it. Drought and war and soil exhaustion and the failure of the god kings, all braided together, no single villain. We keep arriving at the same unsatisfying, honest truth, don't we? Great civilizations rarely die of one thing. But watch what the drought did to the king specifically, because his power was staked on the rain. And so as the rains failed, he did the only thing his role allowed. He ritualized harder, grander ceremonies. More bloodletting, more offerings, more desperate appeals to gods who were, from the people's point of view, plainly not answering. And every failed ceremony was a public accounting. Every dry season was a receipt marked unpaid. The kings had one job in the eyes of their people. What happens to a god king, to a man whose entire authority rests on his line to the heavens, when everyone in the plaza can see, with their own eyes, that the heavens have stopped listening? The answer is one of the eeriest things in all of archaeology. Because the Maya collapse doesn't look like a collapse. There's no great final battle in the record. No single burning. No dramatic last stand. There's just silence. You have to understand how these cities marked time. The holy lords raised carved stone monuments, stelae, and on them they recorded dates in that meticulous long count calendar, celebrating anniversaries and victories and rituals, stamping their divine authority into stone, decade after decade after decade. For centuries, the dated monuments marched steadily forward through time, city after city, an unbroken drumbeat of carved dates. And then, one by one, they stop. City by city, across the 8th and 9th centuries, the last dated monument is carved, and then no more. The chisels are laid down. At Copan, the last great stela dates to the year 822. At mighty Tikal, the final monument, Stela 11, is dated 869. And then, in the last holdouts, the very last long count dates anywhere on Earth are inscribed at a place called Tonina in 909, at another called Itzimte in 910, and after that, the calendar itself goes dark. The unbroken chain of days that had run for millennia simply stops being written down. Imagine it. Not an explosion, but a fading. A whole civilization putting down its chisel and walking away from its own clocks. The courts emptied. The plazas fell quiet. People drifted off in ones and families and villages out to the countryside, away from cities whose kings could no longer deliver what kings were for. There was no need to storm the palace. You simply stopped showing up for it. The most powerful thing the people did was refuse. Refuse to keep believing. Refuse to keep building. Refuse to keep feeding an order that had stopped working. The god kings were not overthrown. They were deserted. And the forest, patient as ever, moved back in. Vines over the stelae, roots cracking the plaster, the green canopy closing over the painted stone until, from above, you'd never know a city had been there at all. Which is exactly how the world came to tell a story about the Maya that was completely and revealingly wrong. Here is the story that grew up in the empty places. Centuries later, when outsiders, explorers, adventurers, and eventually archaeologists hacked their way into the rainforest and stood, astonished, before these jungle-swallowed pyramids, they reached for a ghost story. A lost civilization. A mysterious, vanished people who had built these wonders and then disappeared from the face of the earth without a trace. The Maya, the story went, were gone. It is one of the most persistent ideas in popular history, and it is completely false. The Maya did not vanish. I want to say that as plainly as I can, because it matters. What collapsed around the year 900 was an institution, the specific order of the southern god kings, the Kuhul Ajar, the whole apparatus of divine lowland kingship, that died. But the people did not. Even as the southern cities emptied, other Maya cities to the north were rising. Chichen Itza, and later Mayapan, carrying the civilization forward in new forms. And the Maya people themselves never left at all. Today there are something like 7 million Maya. 7 million. Living across Guatemala, southern Mexico, Belize, Honduras, speaking Mayan languages, some 30 of them, though growing the same maize their ancestors grew, in many cases within sight of the ruins the guidebooks call lost. There is nothing lost about a people you can visit. The pyramids at Tikal are not the tombstones of a vanished race. They are the ancestral monuments of a living one. So where did the vanished Maya come from? Ask the question we learned to ask on the island. Who benefits from that story? Because they mysteriously disappeared is a European invention, a tale that turns a living, present, colonized people into a romantic mystery, a set of picturesque ruins with no inconvenient descendants standing in front of them. It's the same trick, isn't it? The exact same move we watched at Cahokia, where 19th century Americans invented a lost white race rather than credit the native builders they were dispossessing. Erase the living by mourning a phantom dead. Whoever writes the collapse controls its meaning, and for a long time, the people writing the Maya collapse preferred a ghost story to a neighbor. The truth is quieter and far more dignified. A social order failed. A people endured. The kings who sold the rain are gone. The farmers who never believed the sky belonged to any man are still here. The Maya kings promised the rain and couldn't deliver, and their whole world came down around that broken promise. Our next rulers promised something much harder than rain. They promised peace, an end to the oldest human problem there is. And for 2 full centuries, against every expectation, impossibly, they delivered it. We've spent a while now in the company of the falling. Let me lift us up into the sunlight, onto the summit itself, because you have earned a rest at the top of the stairs before we talk about edges. But first, a question to carry up with us, one worth asking at every peak we visit tonight. What did this civilization have that the rung below it didn't? And what did it cost them to get it? Hold that. We'll answer it in marble. Come to Rome, but not the Rome of the falling coin and the burning city that comes much later, and it's a different chapter. Come to Rome at its height, because before the fall that everyone knows, there was a peak that almost no one thinks about clearly. 200 years of something the ancient world had almost never known and would almost never know again. Peace. The Romans called it the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, and it ran, near enough, from the first Emperor Augustus to the year 180. 2 centuries. Longer than the United States has existed. And here is the thing that ought to surprise you, because it surprised me. That golden age ran on a trick, a workaround, a hack of the deadliest problem an empire faces. The problem is this: who rules next? It sounds small, It is not. The transfer of power from one ruler to the next is the moment empires die. The succession, the disputed throne, the sons at each other's throats, the generals marching on the capital. Rome had drowned in exactly this kind of blood for a century of civil wars before Augustus. So how do you solve it? The Romans, across this golden age, stumbled onto an answer so elegant it feels almost modern. They stopped leaving the throne to their sons. Instead, a series of emperors each chose the most capable man he could find, a proven administrator, a soldier, a statesman, and legally adopted him as heir. Merit, not blood. We call them the 5 good emperors, this chain of adopted successors. And the crucial fact about them is that, for 4 generations, almost none of them left the empire to a biological son. Each one looked out over the whole Roman world, found the best available man, and made him the next emperor. Think about how counterintuitive that is. The most powerful men on earth voluntarily passing over their own children to give the empire to a stranger who could do the job. It should never have worked. Human nature should have wrecked it in a generation. And instead, it held for the better part of a century, and under it, Rome reached the greatest extent it would ever have, under the Emperor Trajan. Around the year 117, the empire stretched from the reign of northern Britain to the Persian Gulf. More than 5 million square kilometers. Something like 55 to 60 million people, a quarter, perhaps, of everyone alive on the planet, under one law and one coin. 4 generations of the right man choosing the next right man. It should never have worked. And the moment it stopped, the moment one emperor let his heart override the habit, everything did. But statistics don't let you feel a peak. So let me try to give you the texture of it, what the summit actually felt like under your feet. Slow down here with me. There's no hurry. We're at the top of the world, and the view is worth lingering on. You could walk it. That's the thing I keep coming back to. You could set out on foot from a wall in the midst of northern Britain and walk on stone roads, engineered roads, roads with drainage and milestones and way stations, across the whole of the empire, over the Alps, down through Italy, across to Greece, along the coast of North Africa, all the way to the deserts of Syria and the edge of the Sahara, and never once leave Roman ground. Never change your money. Never need another language than Latin or Greek to get by. The road network ran to something over 400,000 kilometers, tens of thousands of it stone paved. A single connected world, and you could walk from one end of it to the other. And the water. Rome, the city itself, was fed by aqueducts marching across the countryside on those famous arches, bringing fresh mountain water into the heart of the capital in such quantity that imperial Rome may have enjoyed more water per person than any city on earth would again until the modern age. Public fountains, public baths, vast and warm, where a laborer and a senator might soak in the same afternoon. Clean water running for 1 million people 2,000 years ago. To the people living inside it, this was simply how the world was now. Not a golden age. They didn't think of it as an age at all, any more than a fish thinks about water. It was permanent, obvious, the natural order. The roads had always been there and always would be. The peace was just the weather. And here, while Rome basks certain of its own eternity, let me drop a single quiet thought that I want you to carry all the way to the end of tonight. In all our climbing, we keep assuming everyone wanted to climb, that the staircase goes only up, and every people is scrambling toward the next rung. But that isn't quite true. Somewhere in the gaps between these great empires, there were peoples who had seen this ladder, who watched their neighbors build the cities and crown the kings and stack up the surplus and the sacrifice, and who looked at all of it and quietly chose not to climb, who decided the next rung wasn't worth its price. We'll meet them later, near the top of the stairs. For now, just know they're out there, in the dark at the edges of the map, watching Rome believe it's forever. It looked like the end of history. It always does, from the summit. That's the cruelest part of a peak. It feels most eternal at the exact moment the crack is already opening underneath. And the crack, this time, came in on the wind. Around the year 165, soldiers returning from the eastern frontier brought something home with them. Not plunder. A sickness, most likely smallpox, though we can't be certain across this distance of time. And it moved through the connected Roman world like fire through that dry grass, carried along those very roads and sea lanes that were the empire's pride. The Antonine Plague, we call it. It burned for some 15 years. How many died? Here, as always, I owe you honesty rather than a number. The estimates run into the millions. Some scholars say around 5 million. But these are educated guesses across a vast gulf of centuries, not a count, and you should hold the figure loosely. What isn't in doubt is the shape of the wound. It tore through the army, the empire's spine. It emptied towns. It thinned the taxpayers and the soldiers and the farmers all at once. It was, precisely, the shock the Golden Age had no reserve for, because a peak, remember, is a system optimized to the edge, running at full stretch, with nothing held back. The piece had never planned for this. Peaks never do. And in the middle of it sits one of the strangest, most haunting images on the whole staircase. The emperor at this moment was a man named Marcus Aurelius. And Marcus was a philosopher, genuinely, seriously, a student of Stoic thought, and he ruled through this entire catastrophe, war on the frontiers and plague in the camps, holding a fraying empire together by sheer will and duty. And at night, in his tent, in his military camp, with men dying by the thousands in the dark around him, he wrote, not decrees, not propaganda. He wrote private notes to himself, meditations on how to live well, how to accept what you cannot change, how to do your duty without complaint, how to face death without fear. He never meant them to be published. We have them anyway, and people still read them, right now, tonight, for comfort. Words written by lamplight in the middle of a dying empire's worst years. He could reason his way through almost anything, through the plague, through the endless wars. Through grief, he lost children and wrote about bearing it. He was, by any measure, the wisest man ever to hold that much power. He could reason his way past everything except one thing, one single weakness. He was a father. For 4 generations, the throne had gone to the worthiest man. Adopt the best, pass over your own blood, keep the machine running. That was the habit that built the peak. That was the hack that held. And Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher, the wisest of them all, the one man who understood better than anyone alive what the system was and why it worked, broke it. He had a son, a biological son, named Commodus. And Marcus, at the end, did not pass him over. He did not look out over the empire and find the best available man. He left the whole Roman world, that connected, walkable, water-fed world of 60 million souls, to his own boy. And Commodus was not the worthy heir the system was designed to produce. He was vain and cruel and unstable, and his reign is conventionally taken to mark the end of the Pax Romana. The peace that had held for 2 centuries began, under him, to curdle. After him came murdered emperors and civil war, and eventually the long crisis that nearly killed Rome outright. Here is what I want you to take from it, and it's the whole reason Rome sits on our staircase exactly where it does. We tend to think the seed of a fall is planted long after the peak. That decline is a slow thing that comes centuries later, that you get to enjoy the summit for a good while before the ground gives way. Rome says otherwise. Rome says the peak and the edge can be the same man, the same reign, the same year. The wisest emperor Rome ever had, at the absolute height of Roman power, made the single decision that began the unwinding, and he made it not out of stupidity or weakness, but out of love, out of the most human thing there is. The strength was the floor. The peak was the edge. We keep saying it, and Rome just carved it into marble for us, so we couldn't look away. Rome's peak sat on the warm rim of the Mediterranean, on stone roads and running water. Now cross an entire ocean to another people standing at their own summit at almost the same moment in history, a peak every bit as vast, every bit as certain of itself. Except this one was built with no writing, no money, no iron, no wheel, and it was just as blind as Rome to the thing already coming for it. High in the Andes, higher than most people ever live, where the air is thin and cold and the mountains go up forever, there was a city in a valley, Cusco. And in the early 1400s, it was not the capital of anything grand. It was one power among several in those mountains, and not even the most fearsome. A city-state, fighting to survive. And then it was nearly destroyed. A rival people, the Chanca, came against Cusco in force, and by the tellings that came down to us, the reigning old king and his chosen heir lost their nerve and fled the city, ready to abandon it. But one prince stayed. He held the city. He rallied its defenders, and against the odds, he broke the Chanca, and in that victory he took a new name. He called himself Pachacuti, And the name is a kind of prophecy because it means, roughly, he who overturns the world, or cataclysm, the remaker of the earth. He earned it, because from that one defended valley, starting around 1438, Pachacuti and his heirs did something almost without parallel in speed and scale. They began to swallow the Andes. Valley by valley, people by people, they built outward in every direction until they had assembled the largest empire the Americas had ever seen, an empire they called Tawantinsuyu, the land of the four quarters, running for thousands of miles down the spine of a continent, from modern Colombia to Chile, binding together millions of people and dozens of languages under a single divine emperor, the Sapa Inca, at the center. He built the largest empire in the entire hemisphere. And here's the promise I'm going to make good on in a moment, the thing that makes this summit so strange and so worth your attention. He built all of it, every mile of it, every counted subject, every full warehouse, without a single one of the tools the textbooks tell you an empire requires. Let me walk you through the empire, and I want you to notice what isn't there, because the absences are the astonishing part. There is no writing. None. No alphabet, no glyphs, no script of any kind. This vast, meticulously administered state kept no written records because it had no writing to keep them in. There is no money, no coins, no currency, nothing you'd recognize as cash changing hands in a market. There is no iron. The tools and weapons are bronze and stone. There are no wheels turning anywhere on those thousands of miles of road, no carts, no wagons. And there are no horses, no draft animals of the kind that moved every other empire's armies and goods, only the llama, patient and small. Take away writing, money, iron, the wheel and the horse, and ask yourself, how could you possibly run an empire of millions? How would you even count them? How would you tax a village 1,000 miles away, or make sure a storehouse on a distant mountain was full before winter? The Inca answer is one of the most ingenious things any civilization ever devised, and it fits in your hand. Knotted string. They called it the quipu, bundles of cords, dyed different colors, tied with knots at measured intervals, and in the position and type and color of those knots, a trained official could record numbers, quantities, censuses, tribute, whole administrative accounts. A library of string. Runners carried these quipus along the roads, and specialists at each end read them. And through this, through colored knotted cord, a subject in the far north could be counted, and taxed, and provisioned, as reliably as by any bureaucracy on earth. And instead of money, they had the mitar, a labor tax. You didn't pay the state in coins you didn't have. You paid it in work. So many days a year of your labor, building the roads, farming the state's terraces, filling the state's warehouses, weaving the state's cloth. And those roads. The Quipac Nyan, the great Inca road system, ran to something like 40,000 kilometers, threaded across some of the most brutal terrain on the planet, up mountainsides in carved stone stairs, across gorges on woven rope suspension bridges, swaying over rivers far below, through desert and cloud forest. binding the whole four-quartered world together so tightly that the emperor in Cusco could have fresh fish carried up to him from the distant sea by relays of running men. Total control, total reach, achieved by a completely alien path with none of the required tools. It is one of the great proofs of something we keep brushing up against tonight, that there was never only one staircase, one correct way up. Here is a people who reached the very summit of civilization by a road no one else ever walked. But a machine this centralized has one deep, hidden weakness. It all runs through the man at the center. The divine emperor is the keystone. Pull him, and the arch has nothing to stand on. And something was already coming for that man at the center. Something faster than any army. Something that would arrive before the Inca had ever seen the face of an enemy. Here is one of the cruelest facts on the whole staircase. The Inca Empire met its conquerors before it ever laid eyes on them. Far to the north, on another continent's worth of coastline, Europeans had made landfall in the Americas, and with them had come their diseases, smallpox chief among them, against which the peoples of this hemisphere, isolated for thousands of years, had no immunity at all. The disease did not wait for the conquistadors to carry it south. It ran ahead of them. It leapt from people to people, village to village, faster than any Spaniard could march, and it traveled, with terrible irony, along the very thing that made the Inca strong: the roads. That magnificent 40,000-kilometer network, built to carry armies and fish and knotted string, now carried a plague south into the heart of the empire, years before any European set foot there. And it reached the man at the center. The emperor at the empire's greatest height was named Huayna Capac. And sometime in the mid to late 1520s, in the far north of his realm, he sickened with a disease no one in his world had ever seen, brought by men he had never met, and he died of it. And so did his chosen heir, in the same wave, in the same terrible season. The keystone of the arch, and the stone meant to replace it, both gone at once, to an invisible thing. Stop and feel the shape of that. The empire's single greatest strength, its roads, its connectedness, the thing that made it a true empire rather than a scatter of valleys, became the highway for its death. The very sinews of the state carried the killer to its heart. We have seen this exact cruelty before, haven't we, on that Bronze Age net? The connection is the strength and the vulnerability, and they are never two different things. A dead emperor with no clear living successor is not merely a tragedy. It is a fuse. And in the smoking ruin of that succession, two of Huayna Capac's sons looked at the empty throne and reached for it. Their names were Atahualpa and Huascar, and they were brothers, and they went to war. With the old emperor and his heir both dead of the plague, the empire had no settled way to choose who came next, and so the two sons fought for it. And the great four-quartered machine, the roads, and the warehouses, and the mobilized labor, and the armies, all of it turned inward and made war upon itself. A long, bloody civil war up and down the Andes, brother against brother, the empire spending its own cohesion, burning through its own strength, at the worst possible moment. Atahualpa won, but he won an exhausted, divided, disease-thinned realm, its unity shattered, its people reeling, in the very year that a small band of foreign strangers came climbing up out of the coast. There were fewer than 200 of them. Fewer than 200. Led by a man named Francisco Pizarro, they marched into a state of millions, and by any sane accounting, they should have been an irrelevance, a curiosity, a rounding error swallowed by a single Inca province. But they arrived at the precise moment the summit had cracked from within. And in the town of Cajamarca, in November of 1532, Pizarro's tiny force met the victorious Atahualpa, fresh from winning his civil war, surrounded by thousands of his own soldiers, utterly secure, and in a matter of violent minutes, they seized him, took the god emperor himself, the living keystone, captive, and with him in their hands, they held the whole centralized machine by its one indispensable part. Atahualpa was executed the following year. A state of millions, the largest empire the hemisphere had ever produced, toppled at its peak by fewer men than would fill a village hall, because a plague and a family quarrel had hollowed it out from the inside first. Notice, please, that the Spaniards did not defeat the Inca at their strength. Nobody ever does. The summit fell because it was already the edge, because the same golden height that dazzles us was the moment of maximum fragility, the keystone exposed, the succession unsettled, the reserve spent. Peak and edge, one more time, the same place. The Inca just proved it in the thin air of the Andes, on a path no other civilization ever climbed. A summit run on knotted string, undone by an invisible sickness and two brothers' war. The next summit we visit ran on the exact opposite of string. It ran on gold, more gold than the medieval world had ever imagined in one place. So much gold that a single man, simply passing through on a journey of faith, giving it away out of sheer open-handed generosity, accidentally broke the economy of a great city, a continent away, and left the price of gold itself depressed for a decade. And there's a filmed version of all this, by the way, the whole staircase, rendered in image and light. There's a small team of animators and editors who take these words and build the pictures behind them, the mounds and the burning ports and the roads through the clouds, and they pour genuine, patient hours into it. If you ever want to see the staircase as well as hear it, the video is there, waiting whenever you wish. No hurry. It'll keep. For now, keep your eyes closed, and let's cross the Sahara together toward a city of gold. Cross the Sahara with me. Not the way we usually picture it, a lifeless waste, but as it was to the medieval world, a great golden sea, and the caravan routes across it, the shipping lanes of an age. Because on the far side of that sand, in the grasslands of West Africa, sat an empire so wealthy that its riches sound, even now, like a fable. And I want to tell you this one differently than the ones before it. No plague is coming in this chapter. No treachery, no burning city, no edge waiting at the top of the stair. Tonight, just this once, we get to stand at a summit and simply enjoy the view. You've earned it, and so have these people. So loosen your shoulders, This is the warm one. The empire is Mali, and in the early 1300s it stretched across a huge swath of West Africa, parts of what we'd now call Mali, Senegal, Guinea, Mauritania, the Gambia. And its foundation was gold. Real, physical gold, pulled from the earth in the empire's southern reaches in such quantity that it's genuinely hard to overstate. By some scholarly estimates, this one region supplied something like half of all the gold circulating in the entire Old World. Half. The coins in a merchant's purse in Cairo, the gilding in a cathedral in Europe, the treasure in a sultan's vault in Baghdad. A great deal of it began as ore in the ground of West Africa and flowed north across that golden sea. And the man who ruled it at its height was named Mansa Musa, Mansa meaning, roughly, emperor or king of kings. Now, you may have heard him introduced with a certain breathless title, the richest man who ever lived, and so on. I'm going to set that framing aside, deliberately, and I'd ask you to set it aside too, because it actually misses him. It turns one of the most interesting rulers in history into a number on a list. And the truth is far more elegant than a bank balance. Because here is what Mansa Musa understood, better perhaps than any ruler of his age. Gold, sitting in a vault, is just weight. Its real power is not in having it. It's in what having it lets you say. And in the year 1324, Mansa Musa set out to say something to the entire world, and he said it so loudly that people were still repeating it a century later, across 3 continents. He was a devout Muslim, and in 1324, he did what a devout Muslim of means was called to do. He made the pilgrimage to Mecca, the Hajj. But Mansa Musa did not travel as a pilgrim. He traveled as a walking argument for the wealth and sophistication of his empire. The accounts of the caravan, and I have to flag that these come to us mostly from later Arabic writers, chroniclers like al-Umari writing years after the fact. So the exact figures are tradition rather than an audited ledger, but the accounts describe a procession that beggars belief. Tens of thousands of people in his retinue. Thousands of them, by some tellings, in fine silk. Camels and horses laden with gold, hundreds of pounds of it. Officials, soldiers, servants, heralds. A moving city of gold, crossing the desert toward the east, announcing at every oasis exactly who was passing through. And then he reached Cairo. And this is where the story turns from spectacle into something almost comic. And it's my favorite kind of comedy. The kind where a man's greatest virtue causes an accidental disaster. Mansa Musa in Cairo was generous. Not calculatedly generous, lavishly, helplessly, open-handedly generous, in the way of a genuinely pious man who believed that giving was a duty and that he had, quite literally, more gold than he could count. He gave it to officials. He gave it to the poor. He spent it in the markets with both hands. He handed out gold the way you or I might hand out small courtesies. And he did this, day after day, in one of the great commercial cities of the world. And he broke it. That's not a metaphor. So much gold flooded into Cairo in so short a time that the value of gold itself, the price of the metal, in the city and across the region is said to have collapsed, depressed by something like a quarter by the traditional estimates, and slow to recover for perhaps a decade afterward. Think about what that means. He didn't rob a treasury or lose a war to wreck an economy. He tipped too well. He was so rich and so free with it that his personal generosity single-handedly devalued the world's most precious substance across an entire region. There is no other man in history of whom that particular sentence is true. It's a wonderful, almost tender kind of power. Power that does damage not by cruelty, but by sheer overflowing abundance. And it made the point Mansa Musa had crossed a desert to make, and then some. But here is the part I find most quietly moving, and it's the reason this chapter isn't really about gold at all. Mansa Musa understood that gold spent is gold gone. What he wanted was something gold could buy that would outlast the gold itself. And so, as he traveled, and after he returned, he converted his overwhelming wealth into the one currency that doesn't tarnish or lose its value in a market. He bought prestige. He bought learning. He bought a name that would shine long after the last nugget was spent. He brought back scholars, architects, poets and jurists and men of learning from across the Islamic world, drawn by his wealth and his patronage. And he poured that wealth into his cities, above all into a trading town on the southern edge of the Sahara called Timbuktu. He commissioned a great mosque there, the Jingareba, which still stands. And around it, over the following generations, Timbuktu grew into something extraordinary, a lighthouse of scholarship, a place where, at its height, the trade was as much in books as in gold and salt, where manuscripts were bought and copied and treasured, where students came to study, where a private library was a mark of standing. Timbuktu became a word. It became, and remains, in many languages, a byword for the most far-flung, most fabled place imaginable, the ends of the earth. And it earned that not through conquest, not through terror, but through the patient conversion of wealth into wisdom. Mansa Musa took the most raw and material thing a ruler can have, gold from the ground, and turned it into the least material thing there is, reputation, knowledge, a light that other people would navigate by for centuries. That is soft power in its purest and most beautiful form. Not the power to make people afraid. The power to make people look, to make the whole Mediterranean world turn its head toward West Africa and see wealth and learning and a civilization at its full. I want to hold us here, at the top, for just a moment longer before we descend again, because this is the third great summit we've stood on tonight, and I want you to notice the view. We stood on Rome's peak, on the warm rim of the Mediterranean, stone roads and running water, a world you could walk end to end. We stood on the Inca's peak, in the thin cold air of the Andes, a continent bound together by knotted string and running men. And now we stand on Mali's, on the edge of the Golden Desert, an empire that measured its height not in miles conquered, but in gold given away and books gathered in. Europe, the Americas, Africa. Three peoples who never met, who never heard of one another, standing at almost the very same moment in history on the summits of their own worlds. And here's what I find so quietly astonishing about that. The peak is not a Western thing. The summit of civilization is not a European invention, or an Asian one, or an African one. It's a human shape, a thing our species climbs toward again and again, on every continent, by whatever road is available, whether that road is paved in stone or knotted in cord or paved in gold. The staircase is everywhere. And the view from the top, in Cusco or Rome or Timbuktu, is the same view. A people who have built something magnificent and who cannot quite imagine it ever ending. Mansa Musa reached that summit, and he did something rare among the rulers we've met. He enjoyed it, and he used it well, and he made his corner of the world more luminous for having lived. So let's leave him there, in the sunlight, at the height of the Golden Empire, with the scholars arriving and the light of Timbuktu just beginning to shine. Not every summit has to be a warning. Some of them are just a summit. A good man, on a good day, at the top of his world. Now, we've spent this whole night climbing toward peaks like his, the great heights of civilization, the cities and empires and golden ages. But every staircase has a bottom step. And to find it, we have to go back, further back than Rome, further back than Egypt, further back than writing itself, to a hillside in Turkey, and a discovery that upended everything we thought we knew about where the whole climb began. For most of the last century, we thought we knew the order of things. The story of how civilization began was settled, tidy, printed in every textbook, and it went like this. First came farming. That was the key that turned the lock. For hundreds of thousands of years, the story went. Human beings had wandered, small bands of hunter-gatherers, chasing herds and seasons, too busy surviving, too few and too mobile to build anything that lasted. And then, around 10 or 11,000 years ago, someone learned to plant seeds. Agriculture. And that changed everything, because farming meant surplus, and surplus meant you could stay in one place, and staying in one place meant villages, and villages grew into towns, and towns needed organizing, and out of that organizing came priests and kings and temples and writing and everything we call civilization. Farming first, then settling down, then, much later, once you were rich and organized and had spare labor lying around, only then could you build something monumental, something sacred. A temple was a luxury in this telling, a thing a society earned after it had solved the hard problems of food and shelter and order. You had to be civilized first, and then, as a reward, you got to build cathedrals. That was the order. Food, then houses, then, eventually, the sacred. It made perfect sense. It was logical. It was the foundation of everything we believed about our own origins. And then some archaeologists started digging into a low hill in southeastern Turkey, a place the local people called Göbekli Tepe, Potbelly Hill, and what they pulled out of the ground did not fit the order at all. It didn't fit any order we had. It was, quite simply, thousands of years too early to exist. What they found were stones, enormous ones. Great T-shaped pillars of limestone, standing upright, arranged in rings, some of them 5.5 meters tall, some weighing on the order of 10 tons apiece. Quarried out of the living rock, shaped, hauled into position, and set upright in careful circles. And carved onto them, in relief, a whole menagerie of wild animals, foxes, boars, snakes, scorpions, vultures, and, on some, the suggestion of arms and hands, as though the pillars themselves were vast abstracted figures, guardians, presences standing in the ring. Whoever raised these stones was not merely stacking rocks. They had a vision. They had symbols and a shared idea they were all working to embody. And then they ran the dating. And that's where the ground opened up. These pillars went up around 9,600 years before the Common Era. Let me put that in a frame you can feel. That is roughly 7,000 years before Stonehenge. It is older than the pyramids, by more than the whole span that separates us from the pyramid. When these stones were raised, the great cities of Sumer were an unimaginable future, as far ahead of these builders as we are ahead of Sumer. But the date isn't even the staggering part. The staggering part is who built it. Because the people who raised these 10-ton pillars, who quarried and carved and organized the labor to set them in rings, they had no farming. None. No domesticated crops, no herded animals, no pottery, no metal, no writing, no wheel. They were, by every definition in that old, tidy textbook, hunter-gatherers, the very people who were supposed to be too few, too mobile, too uncivilized to build anything at all. Foragers. Building this 7,000 years before Stonehenge. It was, in the most literal sense, a thing that should not have been able to exist. And its mere existence took the settled order of our origins and turned it completely upside down. The archaeologist who first understood what he was looking at, a German named Klaus Schmidt, put the overturned order into a single ringing phrase. He said, "First the temple, then the city. First the temple, then the city. Turn the old story on its head. Maybe it didn't go food, then houses, then, as a reward, the sacred. Maybe it went the other way. Maybe it was the shared idea that came first. Maybe hunter-gatherers gathered at a sacred place, drawn by belief, by ritual, by whatever it was those carved animals meant to them, gathered in numbers, again and again, to build something together that no single band could build alone. And maybe that, the need to feed all those gathered workers, all those pilgrims, over all that time, is part of what pushed people toward farming in the first place. Not farming that enabled the temple that may have helped drive the farming, the monument before the field, the shared belief before the surplus, the cathedral before the town. Now, I want to be careful and current here, because Göbekli Tepe is not a solved place. It's a living excavation, and the picture keeps sharpening. And the newest work has complicated Schmidt's beautiful phrase in an interesting way. It's not, it turns out, a pure temple, not a lonely, empty sanctuary that people only visited. The more recent digging has turned up signs of actual life on the hill. Traces of houses, a system for collecting water, a cistern cut into the rock, and, tellingly, tens of thousands of grinding stones and the tools for processing grain. People weren't just worshipping here. They were living here, or near here, in real numbers, and doing the heavy daily work of feeding a crowd. But notice that discovery doesn't weaken the wonder. It deepens it. Because it means Göbekli Tepe wasn't a fluke shrine thrown up by wandering mystics. It was something more like an organized community, a real, sustained, cooperating settlement of people who had not yet invented farming or kings or writing, and who nonetheless pooled their labor, generation after generation, toward a monumental shared idea. And that points at something this whole night keeps circling. Look at what these people did without. No king ordered these stones raised. There's no palace here, no royal tomb, no evidence of one man commanding the rest. No god-emperor, no bureaucracy, no coercion we can find. Just people, choosing together, building something vast because they shared a belief. We keep assuming, don't we, that the great works of civilization require a strong man at the top, that you need a pharaoh, a Sapa Inca, a holy lord to marshal that kind of effort. Göbekli Tepe is 10 tons of limestone, arguing otherwise. The very first monumental thing our species ever built, it seems we built without a boss. Keep that in your hand. Somewhere out there, all through this story, there have been peoples who reached real scale, real cooperation, real ambition, and simply never handed the reins to a king. We'll stand with one of them before the night is over. For now, just hold the possibility that the ladder had off-ramps from the very first step. And then there's the last strange fact, the one that gives Göbekli Tepe its quiet echo of everything else we've seen tonight. They buried it. Not the wind, not time, not some slow drift of sand. The builders themselves at some point deliberately filled in their own enclosures, packed the great stone rings with rubble and debris and earth, by hand, on purpose, until the pillars were entombed, and the hill was just a hill again. That's how the monument survived so perfectly for 11,500 years. Its own makers tucked it into the ground. Why? We don't know. That's the honest answer, and I won't dress it up for you. Perhaps a ritual ending, a sacred thing ceremonially closed when its time was done. Perhaps something we'll never have words for. The reason is buried with it. But sit with the shape of it for a moment, here at the very bottom of the staircase. The first great monument in human history, the very first time our species pooled its strength to build something that would outlast every one of them, and built into it, from the start, is an ending, a rise, and then a deliberate covering over. Even here, even at the first step, before farming, before cities, before kings, before writing, the pattern is already present in miniature. They built something magnificent together, and then, for reasons of their own, they laid it down. The summit is the edge. It turns out that's not a lesson civilization learned somewhere along the climb. It's carved into the very first stair. From the first thing we ever built, let's turn to the first person the ice ever gave back to us. Because not far from here, and only a few thousand years later, one ordinary man walked up into the mountains carrying the newest technology of his age and never walked down. And the manner of his death would sit unsolved for 5,300 years. Come up into the Alps with me, high up, above the tree line, into the world of rock and ice and thin, cold air, on the mountainous border between what is now Austria and Italy. The year is somewhere around 3300 before the Common Era, the Copper Age, and a man is climbing. We know an astonishing amount about this man because of what happened next, so let me introduce him properly. He's in his mid-40s, old for his time. He's not tall. He has brown eyes, dark hair, a gap in his teeth, worn joints, hardening arteries, a belly that's been troubled by parasites. He is dressed for the cold and dressed well, layers of hide and woven grass, a bearskin cap, shoes stuffed with insulating grass. He's carrying gear, a bow, though it's unfinished, and a quiver of arrows, most of them not yet ready to shoot, tinder for fire, birch bark containers, and slung over his shoulder, an axe. And we'll come back to that axe, because that axe is the whole mystery. And here's the intimate part, the part that collapses 5,000 years into an afternoon. We know what he ate. His last meal is still there to be studied. Ibex meat and red deer, rich and fatty, some einkorn wheat eaten only an hour or two before the end. He climbed on a full stomach. He was not, in his final hours, starving or lost. He had eaten well, and recently, and then kept moving up onto a high mountain pass into the snow. He did not come home, and for 53 centuries, no one knew he was there until, in 1991, two hikers crossing that pass found a body half melted out of the retreating glacier, so well preserved they thought at first it was some unlucky modern climber. It was not. It was the oldest intact human being ever found. We call him Ötzi. And the ice had kept not just his body but the entire scene of his final day, which means the ice had kept, without anyone realizing it for years, the evidence of a crime. For a long time after he was found, the assumption was that Ötzi had simply succumbed to the mountain. An old man caught by weather, lying down in the cold, the way people do. A sad but ordinary death. That's what everyone believed. And then, about a decade after he came out of the ice, someone took another, closer look with an X-ray. And there, in his left shoulder, was a thing that changed the entire story. An arrowhead. A flint arrowhead lodged deep inside him that no one had noticed for years, because it had entered from behind and left only a small, unremarkable wound on the outside. But inside, that arrowhead had torn through a major artery beneath the collarbone, the subclavian artery, one of the great vessels feeding the arm. A wound like that does not give you time to think. It does not give you time to reach a village or build a fire or lie peacefully down. With that vessel severed, a man bleeds out, internally, in a matter of minutes. So this is not an old man overcome by weather. This is a killing. Someone stood behind Ötzi on that high, lonely pass and shot him in the back and left him where he fell. I'll keep the moment where it belongs, quiet and factual and out of focus. There's no need to linger on the last few minutes of a frightened man's life, 5,000 years gone. What matters is what the wound tells us, and it tells us a great deal. Shot from behind means he likely didn't see it coming or was fleeing. And there's more. On one of his hands, a deep, unhealed cut, a defensive wound, the kind you get gripping a blade or fending one off. And crucially, that hand wound had begun to heal, which means it happened days before the arrow. Days. So here is the shape that emerges from the forensics. This was not a random ambush by a stranger. Days before he died, Ötzi was in a violent, close, hand-to-hand fight and survived it and fled up into the high mountains. And someone came after him, followed him up onto that pass, and finished from behind what had started days earlier below. Now we come to the axe. And the axe is where this 5,000-year-old murder becomes, of all things, a genuine locked-room puzzle, history's oldest and coldest cold case. And I say that with all the seriousness the dead man deserves. Because Ötzi was carrying, when he died, an object of real value. A copper axe, a beautifully made blade of almost pure copper, hafted on a U handle. And in the Copper Age, this was not an ordinary tool. This was cutting-edge technology and a marker of considerable status. The metal itself, we now know, sourced all the way from central Italy, from Tuscany, hundreds of kilometers away. A traded, prestigious, expensive thing. In the terms of his world, Ötzi was walking around with a small fortune slung over his shoulder, and the killer left it. Sit with that, the way a detective would. A man is hunted across days and mountains and shot in the back. This is personal. This is determined. Someone wanted this man dead. And then the killer walks up to the body and leaves the single most valuable thing he's carrying lying right there in the snow. Doesn't take the axe. Doesn't take the copper. Walks away from a fortune. What does that tell you? It tells you, almost certainly, that this was not a robbery. Nobody hunts a man for days and then declines the treasure. The axe rules out the simplest motive entirely. This killing was about something else. A feud, a betrayal, a debt of blood, a quarrel we will never hear the words of. The motive walked away down that mountain 3,300 years before the Common Era and never left a statement. And that's what makes Ötzi such a strange and gripping figure. We have the victim, his body, his stomach contents, his 61 tattoos, his very genome sequenced and read. We have the murder weapon still inside him. We have the timeline, down to his last meal and his days-old wound. We have, essentially, a complete crime scene, flash-frozen and perfect. We have everything, except the one thing no glacier can preserve. We have no idea who did it, and we never will. The most thoroughly solved murder in the world, and it is permanently, gloriously unsolvable. But step back from the mystery, and Ötzi has something larger to tell us. something that belongs to this whole staircase we've been climbing. Look at what this one ordinary man was carrying up on that pass at the very dawn of the settled world. He had einkorn wheat in his stomach, farming. He had a copper axe on his shoulder, made of metal traded across hundreds of miles, metallurgy and long-distance trade. He was living in his single body, right on the threshold between the old wandering world and the new one being born, the world of fields and metal and property and status. He carried the future on his back, and someone killed him for it, or for something like it. That's the part I can't quite let go of, standing here at the bottom of the stairs. Because on this first rung, in these earliest chapters, Göbekli Tepe, and now this, we're watching the very things that will build every higher rung come into the world. Surplus, trade, valued objects, status. The copper axe is a wonder. It's progress. It's a man carrying more wealth on his shoulder than any hunter-gatherer band ever owned. And it arrives in the very same body, alongside the darker thing that will shadow all that wealth, all the way up. The moment there are valuable things to have, there are reasons to kill for them. The moment status exists, someone will spill blood over it. Ötzi's murder is a piece of testimony 5,300 years long. And what it testifies to is the oldest tension in the whole climb, that every rung we gain, every bit of surplus and status and progress we accumulate, we carry up alongside a new capacity to harm each other over it. The axe and the arrow came into the world together. They always do. Now let's leap all the way from the very bottom of the staircase to the very top of it, to the present day, and to a nation in our own century that sat on a fortune greater than any copper axe and watched it curdle. Because the pattern we've traced across 11,000 years did not stop when the history books did. It is happening right now, in the present tense. Let me bring us almost entirely home now, out of the deep past and into living memory, into a story some of you have watched unfold on the news in your own adult lives. I want to handle this one carefully and plainly, because it's recent and it's raw, and real people are living inside it right now. So I'm going to do what I always try to do here. Talk about the structure and the mechanism, and leave the politics and the blame at the door. This is not a story about any villain. It's a story about a shape we've seen all night. Come to Venezuela in South America, and go back a couple of decades to when it was, by a wide margin, the richest nation on its continent. Not poor, not struggling. Rich with gleaming cities, a large middle class, a proud modern state. And underneath all of it, one reason above all others, oil. Venezuela sits atop the largest proven oil reserves on the entire planet. Not large, the largest. More proven oil than Saudi Arabia. An almost unimaginable fortune sitting in the ground. And the state built itself on that fortune. It funded a generous modern society, subsidies, social programs, imported goods, the comforts of a wealthy nation, on the revenue from that single magnificent resource. By some measures, more than 90% of the country's export earnings came from that one thing: oil in everything out. Roads, food, medicine, salaries, stability, all of it flowing, ultimately from one pillar sunk deep into one commodity. Now, stop and listen to how familiar that sentence is. A great and wealthy society, its entire structure resting on a single pillar. Where have we heard that tonight? We heard it in a Bronze Age palace, rich on a trade in one metal it couldn't make without imported tin. We heard it in a Soviet superpower, its whole modern budget balanced on the price of oil coming up out of Siberia. A single input civilization. Enormous strength, drawn from one source, and therefore, though no one wants to see it in the good years, enormous fragility. Because a structure with one pillar is only ever as stable as that pillar. And pillars, as we have learned all night long, crack. The crack, when it came from the same direction it came for the Soviets, from the world price of oil. Around 2014 and after, the global price of oil fell hard. And a state that had built its entire self on high oil revenue suddenly found the river running low. And here is the mechanism, the actual machinery of what happened next, stripped of all the shouting. A modern state has bills it must pay no matter what. Salaries, pensions, subsidies, imports. When the oil money that paid those bills fell away, the gap had to be filled somehow. And one way a state can fill a gap, when it controls its own currency, is simply to create more money, to print it. And that is the mechanism that turns a downturn into a catastrophe. Because money is only worth something as long as there isn't too much of it. Print more and more of it to cover a gap that keeps growing, while the real economy, the actual production of goods, keeps shrinking, and you set off one of the most destructive forces in all of economics: inflation. And then, past a certain point, hyperinflation. Inflation that feeds on itself, accelerating, prices doubling and doubling again, faster and faster, until the currency in your pocket is worth measurably less at supper than it was at breakfast. The numbers Venezuela reached almost break comprehension. At the peak, around 2018, inflation didn't run at 10% or 100 or 1,000. It exceeded 1,000,000%. And the broader economy went into a free fall to match the country's total output. Its GDP shrank by something like 3/4 between 2013 and 2021. 3/4. That is a scale of economic destruction we usually only see in nations that have lost a major war. Venezuela did it in peacetime. No invasion, no siege, just a single pillar, cracking, and the machinery of a modern state responding in a way that turned the crack into a collapse. I want to end this one not on a number but on a human image, soberly, because the numbers are so large they stop meaning anything, and the people inside them must never stop meaning something. When money hyperinflates that far, it stops behaving like money at all. Prices change so fast that shops can barely keep up. Bills lose value so quickly that, at the worst of it, people stopped counting their cash and started weighing it, piling worthless notes on scales, because counting them one by one took longer than the money was worth. Currency became so valueless that some found it more useful as raw material than as money folded into handicrafts, because the paper was worth more as paper than as the number printed on it. A nation on the largest oil reserves on earth, and its people carrying bricks of banknotes that were cheaper than the bread they couldn't buy. And so the people did the oldest thing that people do when the ground gives way beneath them. They left. In one of the largest movements of people in the modern history of the Americas, more than 7.5 million Venezuelans, by the counts up to 2024, packed what they could carry and emigrated, many of them on foot. Doctors and teachers and grandparents and children walking out of the richest nation on their continent, across borders, into uncertain lives elsewhere, because home could no longer feed them. And I want to say this part quietly. 7.5 million individual decisions to leave everything. 7.5 million front doors closed for the last time. I tell you this one, at the top of our staircase of the past, for a single reason. It proves the pattern is not history. It is not a thing that safely happened to other people, long ago, in worlds unlike ours. The exact shape we trace through a Bronze Age palace and a Soviet ministry, a great and wealthy society, over-optimized around a single input, with no reserve for the day that input fails, played out again, in full, in the 21st century, in a modern, industrialized nation, in front of the cameras, within the memory of everyone listening. The currency was a bolivar instead of a debased denarius or a barrel of Siberian oil. The failure rhymed anyway. The summit is the edge, not just in the past tense. In the present one, too. Now let's go back, nearly 5,000 years back, to the state that may have invented the very idea of a government whose entire purpose was to build, and to a discovery pulled out of the desert in our own century that quietly rewrote who actually did the building. Stand with me in the desert west of the Nile, around 2,600 years before the Common Era, and look at the thing rising from the sand. A mountain made by hands. The Great Pyramid of Giza, 140-odd meters of precisely fitted stone, something like 2 million blocks, each one averaging well over 2 tons, stacked into a shape so perfect and so vast that it would remain the tallest structure built by human beings for the next 3,800 years. Nothing our species made would stand taller until the cathedrals of the Middle Ages. Now ask the question that matters for our staircase. What kind of state builds a thing like that? And the answer, for Old Kingdom Egypt, is a strange and total one. This was a state that existed, above almost all else, to build. Its organizing idea was that the pharaoh was not merely a king, but a living god, and that the supreme purpose of the entire society, the thing that justified the taxes and the labor and the surplus of the whole Nile Valley, was to construct that god-king's passage into eternity. His tomb, his mountain of stone. It began a few generations before Khufu and his Great Pyramid, with a king named Djoser and, more importantly, with Djoser's architect, a commoner of such staggering ability that he designed the first monumental stone building on Earth, the Step Pyramid, and was so revered for it that centuries later he was worshipped as a god in his own right. His name was Imhotep, a man who began as a commoner and ended as a deity, purely on the strength of what he could build. That alone tells you what this civilization valued above everything. Egypt became, in essence, the greatest construction organization the ancient world ever produced. The entire machinery of a wealthy state pointed at the single task of raising stone. And for a long time, we told ourselves a particular story about how. A story you've almost certainly absorbed from films and paintings and 100 casual retellings. And in our own century, the desert handed back a document that quietly corrected it. The story we inherited, the image burned into the popular imagination, was of slaves. Vast armies of the enslaved and the whipped, dragging stone under the lash, dying in their thousands to raise a tyrant's tomb. It's a powerful image. It's in the movies. It feels right, somehow, because the monument is so overwhelming that surely only misery on a massive scale could have built it. And then, in 2013, at a site on the Red Sea coast called Wadi al-Jaf, archaeologists found papyrus. The oldest inscribed papyrus ever discovered, in fact, and it turned out to be something wonderfully, humanly mundane. A logbook, a work diary, kept by a middle-ranking official named Mera, who supervised a crew of around 200 men during the building of Khufu's Great Pyramid. And Mera, 45 centuries ago, wrote down what his team did, where they sailed, how they ferried great blocks of fine limestone from the quarries across the river to the pyramid site, the rhythm of their working days. I'll frame this the way it deserves, not as everything you were told was a lie, but as one of those quiet moments when the ground itself speaks up and gently corrects the record. Because Mira's logbook and the archaeology around it shows us workers who were not slaves. They were organized crews, skilled, housed, and paid, provisioned by the state with genuine care, rations of bread and beer, and meat, and fish, and fowl, fed well, precisely because they were valuable. These were not wretches dying under a whip. They were something much more like a proud national workforce. Laborers rotated in from across Egypt, fed and housed and organized, building the God King's eternity as a great collective undertaking. It's a smaller, truer, and somehow more astonishing picture than the myth. Not a monument to cruelty, a monument to organization, to a state so capable, so bureaucratically sophisticated that it could feed and coordinate and pay tens of thousands of workers and move mountains of stone 45 centuries ago. The pyramid isn't proof of how much suffering a tyrant could command. It's proof of how much a truly organized state could achieve. And Mera's dull, precious little logbook is how we know. But a state whose entire foundation is a single idea, the pharaoh is a living god, has a hidden vulnerability, and by now you can probably guess its shape. What happens to a living god when the thing he's supposed to guarantee stops arriving? Because Egypt ran on the Nile. Every year, The river was supposed to flood, predictably, gloriously, spreading rich black silt across the fields and making the whole abundant civilization possible. And the pharaoh, the god king, was bound up in that promise. His divine order and the river's faithful flood were part of the same sacred bargain. Sound familiar? It should. We heard almost this exact music in the rainforest from the Maya god kings who staked their whole authority on delivering the rain. Egypt made a similar bet on the flood. And around 2200 years before the Common Era, the bet failed. The evidence, and I'll flag that the climate link is strongly supported but still debated in its precise weight, so hold it as the leading explanation rather than the closed case. The evidence points to a shift in climate, an episode of drought that starved the Nile's floods for years on end. And a series of low floods meant failed harvests, and failed harvests meant famine, and famine, grinding on across decades, meant something no amount of stone could prevent. People stopped believing. Because if the god king cannot deliver the flood, if the crops fail and the granaries empty and children go hungry while the divine ruler performs his rituals to no effect, then what, exactly, is he for? The sacred authority that had raised those mountains of stone simply drained away, the same way it drained from a Cahokian mound or a Maya court. The central state fractured. Egypt broke apart into rival regions and decades of disorder that historians call the First Intermediate Period, and it holds a somber distinction on our staircase. It is, as far as the written record reaches, the first documented collapse of a great state in human history. The very first time we can watch, in the sources, a large and sophisticated civilization rise to a peak of organization and monumental power, and then come apart. The first great state to fall. It would, as we've spent all night seeing, be very far from the last. Now, from a civilization that measured its greatness in stone, let's turn to one that measured its greatness in something far more fragile. Not stone, paper, ink, ideas. An empire whose golden age was a library and whose fall was the destruction of one. In the year 762 of the Common Era, a ruler named Al-Mansur stood on a stretch of ground beside the Tigris River, in what is now Iraq, and decided to build a capital worthy of the empire he ruled. He was the Caliph of the Abbasids, the great dynasty at the head of the Islamic world, and the city he built there would become, for a couple of centuries, the beating intellectual heart of the entire planet. He called it the City of Peace. We know it as Baghdad. And the thing you have to picture first is its shape, because its shape tells you everything about the confidence of the people who raised it. Baghdad was built as a perfect circle, a vast round city, ringed by great walls, its gates set at the compass points, its avenues running inward toward the Caliph's palace, and the central mosque at the exact center of everything. A city designed not to grow up haphazardly like other cities, but imposed on the earth as a single geometric idea, order radiating outward from the center, made visible in brick and stone. You don't build a perfect circle unless you are supremely, serenely certain of your place in the world. And Baghdad became, very quickly, one of the largest and richest cities on Earth, by some estimates well over 1 million people at its height, when the great cities of Europe were muddy towns of a few tens of thousands. But its true wealth, the thing that made it a genuine peak of civilization, was not its size or its markets, or even its gold. It was something you couldn't hold in your hand and couldn't spend. It was knowledge. Because the Abbasids, at their height, did something rare in history. They decided that the most valuable thing an empire could collect was not territory. It was wisdom. At the center of this golden age was an institution, part library, part university, part translation bureau, that has come down to us under one of the most beautiful names any institution has ever borne: the House of Wisdom. And its great project was one of the most quietly consequential things anyone has ever undertaken. The scholars of Baghdad set out to gather and translate the accumulated learning of the entire known world. They sought out manuscripts from everywhere, the philosophy and mathematics and medicine of the ancient Greeks, the astronomy and numbers of India, the wisdom of Persia, and they translated all of it into Arabic. They became the great custodians and connectors of human knowledge, at a moment when much of that knowledge might otherwise have been scattered and lost forever. A great deal of ancient Greek thought survives today only because the scholars of Baghdad thought it worth copying. But, and this is the part that lifts them from librarians to giants, they did not merely preserve, they extended. They took the inherited knowledge of the world and they pushed it forward. Consider one man who worked in this world, a scholar named Al-Khwarizmi. He took mathematical ideas and systematized them into something entirely new, a method for solving whole classes of problems that we still teach every child on Earth. He called part of his method Al-Jabr. You know that word, though you may not know you know it. Al-Jabr became, in the Latin mouths of later Europeans, algebra. And his own name, Al-Khwarizmi, as it passed westward and got Latinized and worn smooth by centuries, became another word you use without thinking. It became the word algorithm. Every algorithm that runs your phone, sorts your feed, lands your plane, traces its name back to a scholar in the House of Wisdom in Baghdad 1200 years ago. The peak of this empire wasn't a border on a map. It was a set of ideas so powerful they're still running, right now, inside the device many of you are listening on. That is what it means to reach a summit measured in books. And now you know the shape of this night well enough to feel the cold coming. Because a civilization that reaches its peak in one particular thing is a civilization uniquely vulnerable in that one thing. Rome's peak was its connectedness, and connectedness carried the plague. Baghdad's peak was its accumulated knowledge, gathered into libraries. And so its fall took the specific, terrible form of the destruction of knowledge. In the year 1258, the Mongols came. An army under Hulagu Khan reached the perfect circle of Baghdad and, after a short siege, took it, and what followed was one of the great catastrophes in the history of learning. The city was devastated. The Caliph was killed, and the libraries, the House of Wisdom, the private collections, centuries of gathered and copied and hard-won manuscripts were destroyed. There's an image that has come down to us from that destruction, and I want to give it to you carefully because it's one of those places where history and legend blur. The tradition says that so many books were thrown into the Tigris River that the water ran black with ink, that you could have crossed the river on the floating manuscripts, and that its waters turned dark with the dissolving words of 1,000 scholars. Now, I have to be honest with you, as always. That precise image, the river running black with ink, is a tradition. A thing later writers recorded, powerful and often repeated, but not something we can document with certainty. Hold it as what it is, not a proven fact, but a piece of cultural memory, the way a civilization chose to remember the scale of what it had lost. Sometimes the legend is truer to the feeling than any inventory could be. And yet, here is the quiet, redemptive turn, and it's the reason this isn't only a tragedy. The knowledge did not all die in that river, because ideas, unlike cities, are not bound to one place. Long before the Mongols came, the learning gathered in Baghdad had already begun flowing outward, westward, especially through Muslim Spain and Sicily, into the hands of European scholars who translated it yet again, from Arabic into Latin. The algebra, the preserved Greek philosophy, the mathematics and medicine and astronomy, much of it had already escaped. It seeded, in time, the awakening of learning in Europe that we call the Renaissance. The library at the center of the circle burned, but its contents were already loose in the world, already copied into other minds in other tongues, already beyond the reach of any single fire. You cannot, it turns out, drown an idea. Not once enough people are carrying it. The Abbasid caliphs ruled through the authority of a faith, a sacred order at the summit of a whole civilization. But there was another sacred power rising in these same centuries, far to the west, that would make an even bolder claim. Not merely to speak for heaven, but to command kings in its name. To hold an authority so total that it could take the mightiest emperor in Europe and make him stand barefoot in the snow for 3 days, begging to be let back in. Come to Europe now, in the winter of the year 1077, and to a question that sounds almost unbearably dull until you see what it could do. The question is this: who appoints a bishop? That's it. That's the whole quarrel that's about to bring the most powerful monarch in Europe to his knees in the snow. Who gets to hand a bishop his ring and his staff, the king or the pope? It sounds like paperwork. It sounds like the kind of thing 2 bureaucracies settle over lunch. But hidden inside that dry little question was the largest question of the entire age. Where does power actually come from? From the crown? Or from heaven? And from the man who claimed to speak for it? By this point in history, the Pope in Rome was no longer merely a spiritual figure. Over the centuries, the papacy had become a worldly power as well, ruling its own territories in Italy, commanding armies, taxing, governing, a kingdom in its own right. And the reforming Pope of this moment, a fierce and uncompromising man named Gregory VII, made a claim so bold it reshaped Europe. He claimed that the spiritual authority of the Church stood above the authority of any king or emperor. That the Pope could not only appoint bishops, he could, if he chose, unmake a king. And on the other side of the quarrel stood Henry IV, the German king and Holy Roman Emperor, the mightiest secular ruler in Europe, a man who had been appointing bishops his whole life, as his father had before him, and who had no intention of surrendering that power to a priest in Rome. When Gregory told him to stop, Henry did what powerful men do. He tried to have Gregory removed. He gathered his loyal bishops and declared the Pope deposed. And Gregory reached for a weapon Henry had badly underestimated. Gregory excommunicated him. He cast Henry out of the church. But he did something more devastating than that, something that reveals exactly where the real power sat. He declared that Henry's subjects were released from their oaths of loyalty, freed from their obligation to obey their king. Think about what that actually does. Gregory didn't raise an army. He didn't fire a shot or seize a single acre. He simply announced that the invisible thread binding a king to his people, the belief that they owed him obedience, was cut. And here is the thing Henry discovered to his horror. That invisible thread was the only thing holding his throne up. The moment his nobles were told they no longer had to obey him, and, crucially, the moment they decided they'd rather believe the Pope than the king, Henry's power began to evaporate beneath him. His enemies circled. His support crumbled. A king, it turns out, is only a king as long as enough people agree that he is. Legitimacy was the real weapon, and Gregory had just proven it cut deeper than any sword. So Henry did the unthinkable. In the dead of winter, the most powerful monarch in Europe crossed the Alps, in January, through the snow and ice of the high passes, to find the Pope and beg forgiveness. And Gregory, at that moment, was staying at a mountain fortress called Canossa, held by a formidable ally of his, Matilda of Tuscany. And what happened at Canossa is one of the most extraordinary images in all of European history. Henry arrived at the gate, and the gate did not open. The Emperor of the West, heir to the Caesars, in his own mind, stood outside the walls, in the snow, dressed as a humble penitent, and waited, and waited. For 3 days, by the tradition, he stood at that locked gate in the January cold, barefoot in the snow, like an unwelcome guest kept shivering on the doorstep while the household decided whether he was worth letting in. The most powerful man in Europe, left at the door, in his socks, in the snow, for 3 days. There is a bleak comedy in it that the people of the time understood perfectly. To this day, in several European languages, to go to Canossa means to eat the most complete and humiliating slice of humble pie imaginable. Henry went to Canossa, and on the 3rd day, the gate finally opened, and the Pope forgave him. And here's the twist that makes this more than a good story. The forgiveness solved nothing. It looked, in the moment, like total victory for the Church, the sacred order humbling the secular, the Pope literally making an emperor kneel. But peel it back, and it settled almost none of the underlying question. Within a few years, the two men were at each other's throats again. Henry was excommunicated a second time, recovered his strength, marched on Rome, and drove Gregory himself into exile, where the Pope died, still insisting he'd been in the right. The actual quarrel over who appoints bishops dragged on for another 45 years and was only patched up, uneasily, by a compromise called the Concordat of Worms in 1122. The barefoot king in the snow made for an unforgettable scene. It resolved nothing. But I want to leave you, before we move on, with the deepest and most unsettling thing hiding under this whole episode. Because part of the papacy's claim to worldly power, part of the legal foundation on which it stood, rested on a document called the Donation of Constantine, in which the Roman Emperor Constantine had supposedly granted the Pope authority over Rome and the whole Western Empire, centuries before. It was a forgery, every word of it, fabricated, centuries after Constantine was dust, and eventually exposed as a fake by scholars who simply looked closely at the language and found it couldn't possibly be that old. For centuries, a portion of the most awesome authority in Europe, the power that made an emperor stand barefoot in the snow, rested partly on a piece of paper that was quite simply invented. And that opens a trapdoor under every throne we've visited tonight. Because if the Pope's authority leaned on a story that wasn't true, a document everyone agreed to believe, then how much of any throne's power is real, and how much of it is just a story? A story about a god's favor, or a bloodline's right, or a mandate from heaven that stays powerful only exactly as long as enough people agree to keep believing it. Henry's crown, Gregory's mitre, the pharaoh's divinity, the Sapa Inca's sunblood, pull hard enough on any of them, and you find not iron underneath, but belief. Just belief. A story holding up a world. Before we go on, a small, genuine question I'd love you to answer, if you're still with me and not quite asleep yet. Out of all the civilizations we've walked through tonight, is there one, a people, an institution, a single figure you'd want a whole night given to? Its own full episode, told slowly, the way we tell these? Leave it in the comments. And tell me which story tonight has stayed with you the most. The man on the pass, the king in the snow, the 111 souls on the island. I do read them, every one, in the quiet hours. Now back into the dark and toward a city with no king at all. Go back 4,500 years to the broad valley of the Indus River in what is now Pakistan and northwestern India. Because there, between roughly 2600 and 1900 years before the Common Era, one of the greatest civilizations of the ancient world rose along that river and its neighbors, and by sheer size, by the area it covered, it may have been the largest of them all. Larger in extent than Egypt. Larger than Mesopotamia. A true Bronze Age superpower with great cities, the largest of which we now call Mohenjo-Daro. And you already know, by now, what a Bronze Age superpower is supposed to look like. We've built the expectation together all night long. You expect a god king. You expect a great palace at the center, rising above the common houses. You expect royal tombs stuffed with gold, and monumental statues of a ruler, and carved boasts of conquest, the king smiting his enemies, the king favored by the gods. You expect temples and a priesthood and armies, and walls built for war. That is the template. Uruk had it. Egypt had it. Shang China had it. Every first great state we visited had a strong man and a god at the top, stamping his face on everything. So when archaeologists dug into Mohenjo-Daro, they went looking for the king. They went looking for the palace, the temple, the royal tomb, the face of the ruler who commanded all this. And they didn't find him. What they found instead was, in its own quiet way, more astonishing than any palace. They found planning. Mohenjo-Daro was not a city that grew up tangled and haphazard. It was laid out on a deliberate grid, streets crossing at clean right angles, divided into neat blocks, a city designed by someone with a plan before it was built. The bricks were standardized, the same proportions used in a building here and a building 600 kilometers away, as though a single code of weights and measures governed the whole vast civilization. In fact, they had exactly that, a standardized system of weights, beautifully precise little cubes of stone, the same units of measure used across the entire Indus world. This was a civilization obsessed, not with the glory of a ruler, but with order and consistency, and getting the details right. And then there's the thing that stops me every time: the plumbing. Nearly every house in Mohenjo-Daro had access to water and drainage, private wells, bathing platforms, and wastewater carried away through a city-wide network of covered drains running beneath the streets. Covered sewers. For an ordinary household, 4,500 years ago. Let me put that in the frame it deserves. A comparable standard of urban sanitation would not be seen again in Europe until the 19th century of the Common Era. The people of Mohenjo-Daro had cleaner, better drained streets than London did for most of its history. At the center of the city sat not a palace, but a great public bath, an immense, watertight, sunken brick tank carefully sealed, reached by broad steps, almost certainly for some communal or ritual use. A shared space, a public work. There is a famous small statue from the site that everyone has seen in pictures, a dignified, bearded figure, and it's often labeled the Priest King. But I want you to hold that label very loosely, because it is exactly that, a label, a nickname, invented by an archaeologist in 1927, because he expected a priest king, and so he named the statue like one. There is no actual evidence that this figure was a priest or a king, or ruled anything at all. We simply don't know who he was. We named him after the ruler we expected to find, and then never found. So here is the careful, honest truth about Mohenjo-Daro, and I want to state it precisely, because it matters, and because it's easy to overstate. We have found no clearly identified palaces, no royal tombs, no monuments to a god king, no carved conquests, no obvious ruling class lording it over the rest. Now, that is an absence of evidence, and an absence of evidence is not quite the same as proof. Perhaps their rulers left traces we haven't recognized, or ruled in ways that didn't leave stone behind. We can't read a word they wrote, so we can't be certain. But taken all together, the uniform houses, the shared bath, The plumbing for everyone, the missing palace, the missing royal face. It paints a genuinely startling picture. A civilization of perhaps 1 million people or more, one of the largest on Earth, that may have run for centuries on planning and standards and public works and cooperation, without the towering God King we have been trained all night to expect at the summit. And it did not fall the way empires are supposed to fall. There was no great sack, no burning, no invasion that we can find, no dramatic collapse. Around 1900 years before the Common Era, it simply began to fade. The rivers were shifting, the monsoon patterns changing, watercourses moving and drying, and slowly over generations, the great cities were left. The people dispersed, drifting eastward toward other rivers, and the grid-planned streets and the covered drains and the great bath were left to the silt and the sand. Not a bang, a long, quiet exhale. And the deepest mystery of all remains sealed. Because the Indus people did right, they left behind hundreds of little inscribed seals covered in a script of some 400 symbols. And in over a century of trying, no one on Earth has ever deciphered it. The texts are too short, and we have no key. So this immense, sophisticated, apparently kingless civilization sits before us to this day, with its own voice intact but unreadable, able to speak, but not in any tongue we can hear. The great faceless superpower, keeping its own secret. Twice now, tonight, we've stood before a people who reached real scale without a throne at the top. The builders of Göbekli Tepe, and now the planners of Mohenjo-Daro. Hold both of them in your hand a little longer. We're going to need them at the very end. But first, from a civilization with no king we can find, to a kingdom forged by one of the most singular men who ever lived, in the space of a single decade. Come to southeastern Africa now, to the rolling grasslands of what is now KwaZulu-Natal, in the early years of the 19th century, and to a man whose name still carries weight 2 centuries later, Shaka of the Zulu. When Shaka came to power, around 1816, the Zulu were not a great nation. They were a small chiefdom, one of many in the region, unremarkable in size. And within roughly a decade, a single decade, that small chiefdom would become a kingdom of 250,000 people, the dominant power for hundreds of miles. A state that would one day fight the British Empire itself to a standstill. How does that happen? How does a minor chief become the founder of a nation in 10 years? Part of the answer, famously, is a piece of metal. The warriors of the region had long fought in a particular way, hurling light, throwing spears at each other from a distance, a style of warfare that was often more display than slaughter, decided at a range. Shaka looked at that and saw it as half a war. And he is credited with championing a different weapon and a different idea entirely. A short spear with a broad, heavy blade, made not for throwing but for thrusting, for close, decisive, hand-to-hand fighting. It's remembered by the name Ikulwa, said to be named for the sound it made. Armed with this, and with a large shield used to hook and control an enemy's guard, Shaka's warriors didn't skirmish at a distance. They closed. They came in tight and settled the matter directly, and few enemies trained for the old way could withstand it. But a blade alone doesn't build a kingdom. What Shaka truly did was reorganize an entire society for war and for unity. He took the young men and formed them into age regiments, standing units drawn from across the different clans that trained together, lived together, and owed their loyalty not to their local chief or their family, but directly to Shaka himself, to the crown. It was army and administration and nation building all at once. By mixing men from every conquered group into these regiments and binding them to the center, he dissolved old local loyalties and forged a single Zulu identity where there had been a scatter of separate chiefdoms. And on the battlefield, he deployed them with a tactical system remembered as the buffalo horns, a strong center to pin an enemy in place, while two encircling horns swept around the flanks to surround them completely, and a reserve held ready behind. Discipline, encirclement, and total commitment. It worked with astonishing speed. Chiefdom after chiefdom was absorbed or scattered, and out of that decade of conquest and consolidation rose the Zulu kingdom, a centralized state of perhaps 250,000 people where, 10 years before, there had been a minor chief and a small following. It is one of history's clearest, fastest examples of a chiefdom becoming a state, of that rung of civilization being climbed not over centuries, but inside a single human lifetime, by the sheer will and vision of one man. Now, I have to add a careful word here, quietly, because this is a place where history gets tangled. This era of upheaval across southern Africa has a name, the Mfecane, the crushing, and for a long time it was described as a cataclysm of almost unbelievable scale, with 1 or 2 million dead, and Shaka cast as its singular, bloodthirsty author, a kind of African Attila. But modern historians have pushed back hard on that picture. Some have argued that those staggering death tolls were inflated, and that the story of a self-inflicted African bloodbath was, in part, a convenient myth, one that served later European interests by masking their own role in the region's violence, the slave raiding and the land seizure that Europeans were conducting, hidden behind a tale of savage natives destroying themselves. I won't pretend the scholarship is fully settled. It isn't. But notice the shape of it. We've seen it before tonight, haven't we? At Cahokia, at Easter Island. The convenient story, the one that blames the victims and flatters the powerful, is so often the one that gets written down and repeated. Whoever holds the pen when the dust settles gets to decide who the monster was. Shaka's end has the terrible symmetry of the oldest tragedies. Because the man who built a nation by turning warriors into an instrument of the crown, who dissolved every rival loyalty into loyalty to himself, was in the end undone from inside his own house. His later years were marked by grief and by a hardening cruelty after the death of his mother. By the accounts that reach us, his mourning curdled into purges that fell heavily on his own people, a ruler's private anguish becoming a nation's public suffering. And that turned even his closest kin against him. In 1828, barely a dozen years into the kingdom he had forged, Shaka was assassinated, struck down by two of his own half-brothers, Dingain and Mhlangana, with the help of a trusted servant. One of them, Dingain, then took the throne. The founder of the Zulu nation was killed by his own blood, and the kingdom passed on over his body. There's the pattern again, in miniature and in a single reign. The very things that raised Shaka to the summit, his ferocity, his total centralization of loyalty onto himself, his willingness to break anyone who stood apart, were precisely the things that isolated him at the top and put the blades in his brother's hands. The strength was the floor. The summit was the edge. Even here, even in a kingdom built in a decade by one extraordinary will, the height and the fall were carved from the same stone. We've circled a certain idea all night, this notion that empires carry the seed of their own undoing inside their own greatest strength, that comfort dissolves what hunger builds. I've kept promising you a certain historian who saw that pattern more clearly than anyone and gave it a name. It's finally time to meet him. And to do that, we have to watch a faith become an empire in a single generation, and then watch that same empire prove his theory by falling exactly the way he said it would. Go back to the 7th century of the Common Era, to the deserts of Arabia, a land, at that time, on the very edge of the great powers' maps. To the north stood the two superpowers of the age, locked in their endless rivalry, the Byzantine Empire, heir to Rome, and the Sasanian Empire of Persia. Between and below them, the tribes of Arabia were, from the outside, a peripheral thing, scattered, divided, of little concern to the great thrones. And then, in the span of a single lifetime, everything changed. In Arabia, the faith of Islam was born through the Prophet Muhammad, whose teachings called the scattered tribes into a single community bound by a shared belief. And what that shared belief did, in political terms, in the terms of our staircase, was extraordinary. It took a fractured collection of clans and welded them into one. It replaced the old loyalties of tribe and blood with a far larger and more powerful loyalty to the community of the faith itself. Where there had been division, there was now a cohesion of a depth the region had never known. And a people bound that tightly, moving with that unity of purpose, proved unstoppable. In the decades after the Prophet's death in 632, under the first successors who led the community, the expansion that followed is almost difficult to believe. Within roughly 24 years, less than a single generation, the armies of this new faith had overrun most of the mighty Persian Empire entirely, and stripped away something like 2/3 of the territory of the Byzantine Empire. Two ancient superpowers, one of them shattered outright, the other cut in half, by a people who a generation earlier had been beneath their notice. It stands as one of the fastest expansions of any power in the history of the world. And its engine was not superior numbers and not superior technology. Its engine was cohesion, the binding force of a shared belief, turning a divided people into a single overwhelming will. But hold that word, cohesion, because we are about to watch it do the thing it always does. The thing this whole night has been circling. A conquering faith wins an empire in the desert out of hardship and unity and hunger. And then it inherits that empire, the palaces of Persia, the wealth of the conquered provinces, the cities and the treasuries and the luxuries of the settled world. The successors of those first austere leaders became great dynasties, first ruling from Damascus, then, in time, from the magnificent circular city of Baghdad we visited earlier, that peak of gold and books and the house of wisdom. And with each generation, the rulers grew further from the desert that had forged them. Richer, more comfortable, more surrounded by splendor and intrigue and ease. And the cohesion, that fierce binding solidarity that had conquered two empires, began, quietly, to dissolve, not through any single failure, through comfort, through the simple fact that men raised in palaces do not hunger the way men raised in hardship hunger, that a dynasty softened by generations of luxury loses the very thing that first lifted it up, that the unity forged in scarcity leaks away in abundance. The empire grew ever more magnificent, even as the force that had built it grew ever weaker at the core, leaning more and more on hired soldiers and coercion to hold together what shared belief had once held effortlessly. You have watched this exact process all night, on every rung, on every continent. The strength that builds a civilization, taken far enough, is the weakness that unmakes it. The cohesion that conquers becomes the comfort that rots. And now, finally, I can tell you about the man who watched this happen, who understood it more deeply than perhaps anyone before or since, and who gave the whole tragic machine a name. His name was Ibn Khaldun. He was born in Tunis, in North Africa, in 1332, a scholar, a judge, a diplomat, a man who spent his life in the service of the very dynasties he studied, watching them rise and rot from the inside, sometimes barely escaping their falls with his life. And late in that turbulent life, he sat down and wrote an introduction to a great history of the world, a work we call the Muqaddimah, and in it he did something no one had quite done before. He tried to build a science of history, to find the law beneath the endless rise and fall of dynasties, to explain not just what happened, but why it always happened the same way. And at the very center of his theory was a single word, the word I have been keeping from you since the very first minutes of tonight, since that ship rounded the island with the stone faces. And I promised you a historian who had a word for how empires die. Here it is, at last. Asabiya. It's an Arabic word, and it means, roughly, group feeling, social cohesion, solidarity, that binding sense of us, of shared purpose, that makes a group of people willing to sacrifice and fight and build for one another. And Ibn Khaldun's great insight was this: Asabiya is the engine of all of it. It is what lets a group seize power in the first place. A people with fierce solidarity, forged in hardship, will always be able to overcome a soft and divided one. But, and here is the tragedy he saw so clearly, the very success that Asabiya wins carries the seed of its own death. Because power brings wealth, and wealth brings comfort, and comfort, over 3 or 4 generations, dissolves the very solidarity that won the power in the first place. The group that conquered from the desert becomes the dynasty that rots in the palace. And then a new group, hungrier, more cohesive, still forged in hardship, sweeps in and takes its place, and begins the whole cycle again. Empires, he said, die of their own comfort. Now, hold that in your hand and look back down the entire staircase we've climbed tonight. Because suddenly, doesn't every single story rhyme? The Mexica, whose fierce cohesion built an empire and whose cruelty toward the bound periphery gathered the coalition that destroyed it. Rome, whose adoptive discipline held for 4 generations and dissolved the moment a comfortable father chose his own soft son. The Soviet Union, its revolutionary hunger long since curdled into a tired, cynical, comfortable gerontocracy that no longer believed its own story. Cahokia, the Maya, the Bronze Age palaces, cohesion, then comfort, then fracture, over and over and over, on every continent, across 10,000 years. Ibn Khaldun watched a few North African dynasties turn their cycle, and from that he drew a clock that ticks under the whole of human history. And here is the detail that ought to raise the hair on your arms. Remember Baghdad, that perfect circle, that house of wisdom, the river said to run black with ink when the Mongols came in 1258. Ibn Khaldun was born in 1332, just 74 years after that sack. He grew up in a world still echoing with the fall of the greatest city of his civilization, an empire that had conquered from the desert in a burst of faith-driven solidarity, and then softened, and grown comfortable, and grown weak at the core, and finally been swept away by a hungrier power from outside. He didn't invent his clock in the abstract. He read it in the ashes of Baghdad. The fall of that shining circular city is, almost perfectly, his theory enacted. Comfort dissolving cohesion, the summit becoming the edge, exactly on schedule. That is the word. That is the man. He has been standing at the top of these stairs the whole night, waiting for us. And now that you know his name, you will never be able to look at the rise and fall of anything. An empire, a company, a dynasty, a movement, quite the same way again. We are nearly back at the bottom of the staircase now, nearly back to the beginning of the whole climb. Come with me to the flat, hot plain of southern Mesopotamia, in what is now Iraq, more than 5,000 years ago, to a place beside the Euphrates called Uruk. Because Uruk has a fair claim to being the first true city that ever existed anywhere on Earth. The first place human beings gathered in such numbers that they invented, out of necessity, what it means to live in a city at all. We think of it, at its height, as home to something on the order of 50,000 people. And I'll say, on the order of, because counting the population of a city 5,000 years gone is an art of estimation, not a head count. But whatever the exact number, it was a scale of human gathering the world had simply never seen before. And that scale created a problem, a strange, brand new, wonderful problem that no group of humans had ever had to solve. For all of human history up to that point, people had lived in groups small enough to know one another. A band, a village, a few dozen, a few hundred people, all of whom could hold each other in memory. You knew who owed you, who you owed, who had what, who did what. Society ran on memory and on faces. But you cannot know 50,000 people. You cannot hold a city that size in your head. When the Temple of Uruk took in grain from thousands of people and redistributed it back out to thousands more, no human memory alive could track it. The city had outgrown the human mind's ability to keep its accounts. And so the people of Uruk had to invent a way to remember that lived outside the human head. They invented writing. And I want you to sit with how they invented it and why. Because it is one of the most quietly deflating and wonderful facts in all of history. We tend to imagine that writing was born from something lofty, that the first written words were prayers or poetry, or the deeds of kings or messages of love. They were not. The first writing, as best we can trace it, was born in the temple storerooms of Uruk, around 3,200 years before the Common Era, for one gloriously mundane purpose: accounting. It began as marks pressed into wet clay to record quantities, so many measures of barley, so many jars of oil, so many head of livestock, in and out of the temple stores. Bookkeeping, inventory, receipts. The most magnificent invention in the history of the human mind. The thing that would eventually carry every law, every scripture, every poem, every love letter, every idea our species has ever wished to preserve across time, began its life as a way to keep track of the grain. Humanity learned to write. In other words, not to sing, but to count. But here's the turn, and it's a beautiful one. Once you have a system that can freeze human thought into clay and carry it across time and distance, once the marks can hold not just numbers but words, and not just words but sentences, it doesn't stay in the storeroom for long. That same technology, born to tally barley, was eventually turned to other uses. And on that same kind of clay, in that same cuneiform script, the people of this world eventually wrote down the oldest great story that survives to us, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the tale of a king's search for meaning and immortality, the first work of literature on earth. The accountant's tool became the poet's, the thing invented to count the grain learned, in time, to grapple with death and friendship and the fear of being forgotten. That is the arc of the first city in a single object, from a receipt to an epic. And that brings us to my favorite small fact in all of this, a fact with a punchline that history seems to have arranged entirely for its own amusement. Think about it. With writing, human beings gained, for the first time ever, the power to record a name, to preserve a specific individual person across the centuries, to reach out of the deep past and say, I was here, this was me. Every named human being in all of recorded history, every pharaoh, every emperor, every prophet and poet and conqueror we know by name, exists to us only because, at some point, someone wrote their name down. So who was first? Whose is the oldest recorded personal name that has come down to us, the first individual human being to step out of the anonymous dark of prehistory and be known? You might hope it was a great king, a mighty warrior, a visionary priest, a founder, a hero, someone magnificent. It appears to have been an accountant, a person named Kushim, and the name Kushim appears on clay tablets from Uruk, not attached to any grand deed or noble title. but attached to transactions of barley. Kushim was, as best we can tell, a bookkeeper, a record keeper, tallying the movement of grain, who signed off on the accounts, and in doing so, quite by accident, became the first individual person whose name survives in the whole of human history. The oldest name we have is, in effect, a signature on a receipt. I'll be fair and precise, because it matters. Some scholars think Kushim might actually be a title, the name of an office or a role, rather than one particular man. So hold it a little loosely. But it is the strongest candidate we have for the oldest recorded name, and either way the joke lands the same. 5,000 years of history, of kings and gods and epics, and the very first name to reach us belongs, most likely, to the person whose job was to keep the books. There is something perfect in that. The first thing writing did was count the barley, and the first human being it made immortal was the one counting. The first true city, then, needed writing to hold itself together, a tool to remember what memory no longer could. And from that first ledger, that first scratch of accounting in the mud of Uruk, an astonishing road runs forward, through every library and law code and printed page our species would ever make. So before we end at the very bottom of the staircase, let me take you to the top of it one last time, to the single most advanced civilization the world would build before the modern age. A place that ran on the distant children of Uruk's clay, records, printing, paper money. The highest, most dazzling rung of all. And then, from that summit, we'll fall all the way back to the first step and ask the question this entire night has been building toward. Uruk gave us the first ledger and the first city, marks pressed into wet clay to count the barley, and out of that humble accounting, the whole idea of writing things down. Now leap forward with me, more than 4,000 years from those clay tablets, to the most advanced civilization the pre-modern world would ever build. A civilization that ran, in a sense, on the distant descendants of those very Uruk ideas, records, accounts, printed words, paper money, pushed to a height that will make the hair stand up on your arms, because it looks so eerily, so unsettlingly like our own. Come to China between the years 960 and 1279 of the Common Era to the age of the Song dynasty, and come first to its capital in the north, a city called Kaifeng, and try to hold in your mind what it actually was. A city of perhaps 1 million people. 1 million. At a time when the great cities of Europe, London, Paris, held maybe 50,000 souls apiece and thought themselves grand. Kaifeng was 20 times their size, a roaring metropolis of markets and workshops and restaurants that stayed open through the night, of coal smoke and iron foundries, of streets so crowded and commercial that a famous scroll painted the whole teeming sweep of it 1,000 years ago, and it looks, honestly, like a scene you could almost walk into today. And consider what this civilization had invented, or was perfecting, all at roughly the same astonishing moment. They had paper money, the first true government-issued paper currency anywhere in the world, because the economy had grown so vast that hauling around strings of metal coins had become absurd. They had printing with movable type, individual reusable characters, developed by a commoner named Bi Sheng around the year 1040, 4 centuries before Gutenberg would be born in Europe. They had gunpowder, and they had turned it into weapons, fire lances, bombs, the first rough ancestors of the gun. And they had the magnetic compass, described for navigation by their scholars, so their ships could find their way across open water by the pull of the earth itself. Paper money, printing, gunpowder, the compass. 4 inventions that would, centuries later, remake the entire planet. And here they all are, maturing together in one civilization 1,000 years ago. Stand in Kaifeng at its height, and you are standing in a world that had reached, by every measure of sophistication, wealth, and technology, the very summit of what human beings had ever achieved. The most modern world that had ever existed. It must have felt utterly permanent. The peak of the peaks. But you know, by now, exactly what I am about to say. You've heard this music 20 times tonight. The summit is the edge. And the song sat on one of the sharpest edges of all, because the very refinement that made them so dazzling was, in a cruel and precise way, the thing that made them soft. Here was the paradox at the heart of Song China. The richest economy on earth. The most sophisticated culture, governed by scholar officials chosen through grueling written examinations, men of poetry and philosophy and administration. And yet, militarily, it was brittle. The Song lived hemmed in by harder, hungrier neighbors to the north, nomadic and semi-nomadic peoples, for whom war was not a specialty of a professional class, but a way of life. And rather than match them blow for blow, the wealthy, cultured Song often did the sensible, civilized, prosperous thing. They paid them. Bought peace with tribute of silver and silk. It was cheaper than war, and it worked, for a while. Do you hear the echo? The one that historian we finally named, Ibn Khaldun and his clock, would have recognized this in an instant. A civilization grown so rich, so comfortable, so refined, that the fierce binding hunger which builds and defends a state had quietly drained out of it. Not through any failure of intelligence. The Song were perhaps the most intelligent society of their age. Through comfort itself. Through the sheer accumulated softness of being the wealthiest, most advanced people in the world, facing enemies who had nothing to lose and everything to take. And the bill came due. In the year 1127, the northern neighbors the Song had paid off broke through and took Kaifeng, that million-person marvel of a city, and captured the emperor himself and his father before him and carried them away into the north as prisoners. The whole northern half of the empire gone in a stroke. The survivors fled south and regrouped, rebuilding a rump state, what we call the Southern Song, around a new capital, Hangzhou, another glittering city approaching 1 million people. And there, remarkably, the brilliance continued for another century and a half. The Southern Song were, if anything, even richer and more inventive than before. But they were living on borrowed time now. Because out on the northern steppe, the hardest and hungriest power the world had ever seen was gathering. The Mongols were coming. The end came in the spring of 1279, off the southern coast of China, at a place called Yamen, and it is one of the most sorrowful and dignified endings on the whole staircase. The Mongols had ground down the southern Song, year by year, city by city, until at last what remained of the imperial court was cornered against the sea, a fleet of ships, and on one of them, the last emperor of the Song, a boy of just 8 years old, named Xiaobing. He had inherited a throne that was, by then, almost nothing but a name. Around him, a loyal remnant made their final stand on the water, and the Mongol fleet closed in, and the battle went against them, as everyone must have known it would. The dynasty of paper money and printing and million-person cities had run out of everything but its loyalty. And when the cause was finally, unmistakably lost, when there was no ship left to flee to and no shore left to reach, a high official of the court, the Chancellor Lu Xiufu, did something that the Chinese have remembered ever since. He would not let the boy emperor be taken and paraded and humiliated by the conquerors. So he dressed the child in his royal robes, and he spoke to him gently, and then he took the 8-year-old emperor onto his own back, and he walked into the sea. And by the tradition that comes down to us, he was not alone in that choice, that many hundreds of the court, the officials and the loyal, followed them into the water rather than live under the new order, until the sea off Yamen was said to be terrible to look upon. I'll let that rest quietly, without dwelling on it, because it deserves that. What I want you to hold is not the horror of it, but the weight of it, the loyalty, the finality, the sense of a whole brilliant world choosing to end with its own dignity rather than survive on someone else's terms. The most advanced civilization the world had yet produced, the paper money, the movable type, the gunpowder, the compass, the scholar poets, the roaring million-person cities, all of it, in the end, a minister and a child, and the grey water closing over the summit of the human world. And there it is, one final time, the pattern carved as sharp as it will ever be. The most refined, most dazzling, most advanced civilization on Earth. And its refinement was its fragility, its summit was its edge. Exactly as it has been for every people we've walked with tonight. All that machinery, all that genius, all that wealth and paper and printed learning and gunpowder. And now, to close, we go back, all the way back, past every empire, past every invention, past writing itself, to a small town of mud brick houses with no money, no printing, no gunpowder, no compass, and no king. A town that had none of what made the Song so magnificent, and that lasted, in peace, longer than the Song, longer than Rome, longer than almost any of them. It's the last question of the whole long night, and Song China has set it up perfectly. Did any of these glittering summits actually need a throne at the top? Did the climb ever have to happen at all? Let's end where the climb began. So we leave Song China's drowned summit behind, and we go all the way down to central Anatolia, in what is now Turkey, more than 9,000 years ago, to a low mound rising from a fertile plain, where one of the oldest large settlements in the world once stood. We call it Çatalhöyük, and when people began to live here, around 7,100 years before the Common Era, they built something so strange, so unlike our idea of a town, that it takes a moment to even picture it. Çatalhöyük had no streets. None. Not a single road, not an alley, not a lane. Instead, the houses were packed directly against one another, wall to wall to wall, a dense honeycomb of mud brick homes with no gaps between them, and you did not enter your house through a door at the side. You entered it through the roof. The people of Çatalhöyük walked across the rooftops of their town as a kind of elevated street, a whole community moving over the tops of their own homes, and climbed down through a hole in the ceiling by ladder into the rooms below. The roofs were the plazas, the walkways, the public square. The town was a single, continuous surface of homes, and life happened up on top of it, under the open sky. Several thousand people lived here like this. And they did it not for a year, not for a generation, but for something like 1,000 years. A dense, thriving, continuous community, one of humanity's very first experiments in large-scale settled life, running for a millennium. And when archaeologists studied it closely, looking for how such a place was organized, who ran it, who ranked above whom, they found the thing that makes Çatalhöyük the perfect note to end this entire journey on. They found no king. They looked, of course. By now you know they always look. We've been trained all night to expect the palace, the temple, the ruler's grand house rising above the rest. At Çatalhöyük, there is none. There is no palace. There is no temple district, no monumental center, no seat of government. And, most tellingly of all, the houses are all essentially the same. Roughly the same size, roughly the same layout, roughly the same modest contents. There is no great mansion looming over a district of hovels. There is no architecture of inequality, no stone that says this person ruled and these people served. For 1,000 years, several thousand people lived side by side, wall against wall, and left behind almost no trace of a ruling class at all. This was, as far as we can read it, a profoundly egalitarian world. A large, complex, enduring human society that organized itself, that solved the daily problems of living together in the thousands, without a strong man at the top, without kings, without a priest caste lording over the rest, without the whole apparatus of hierarchy we have watched get built and rebuilt on every higher rung of this staircase, from Cahokia's mound to Rome's throne to the Pope's mitre. They simply lived together, more or less as equals, for 10 centuries. And here is where the two we've been holding in our hands all night finally bloom. Remember Göbekli Tepe, the foragers who raised 10-ton pillars with no boss to command them. Remember Mohenjo-Daro, the million-strong civilization with plumbing for everyone and no palace we can find. Çatalhöyük completes the thought they began, because it tells us that the very first rung of the ladder, the first time humans gathered in real numbers and settled down to build a shared life, already contained the off-ramp, already proved that scale did not require a king, that cooperation and complexity, And 1,000 years of continuity were possible without anyone sitting on a throne at the top. The climb we've traced all night, up through chiefs and god-kings and emperors and popes, was never the only road. It was never inevitable. At the very bottom of the staircase, before the climbing even began, some of the first settled people on Earth had already shown that you could build a world and hold it together and simply choose not to climb. And there's a final discovery here, fresh and remarkable, that gives Çatalhöyük its most human face, and it landed only recently. In 2025, a major genetic study examined the remains of over 130 individuals buried beneath the floors of these houses, because that's where they laid their dead, under the very platforms where they slept, keeping their ancestors quite literally close. And when the DNA was read, it revealed how these households were actually organized. They were built around the female line. The pattern that emerged was what scholars call matrilocal, households centered on women. The daughters, it appears, stayed. They remained in the house they were born in, generation after generation, and it was the sons who moved away, out to other households. The continuous thread running through each home, across the generations, was the line of mothers and daughters. The home was, in a deep and structural sense, hers, passed down the female line, held together by the women who never left it. And the same study found a poignant little detail in the graves, that in death, the young girls of Çatalhöyük were often buried with noticeably more care, more offerings than the boys. So this is the picture at the very first rung, at the dawn of settled human life. Not a fortress ruled by a warrior king. Not a temple ruled by a priest. A honeycomb of equal houses entered through the roof, held together for 1,000 years by the patient continuity of the female line, with the dead resting quietly beneath the living, and no throne anywhere to be found. That is where the staircase begins. Hold that image as we step back, one last time, and look at the whole climb at once. 21 stories. Every rung of the staircase. 10,000 years, 6 continents, 100,000 nights of human striving compressed into a single evening in the dark. And underneath all of it, one shape. You've felt it assembling all night, and now you can see the whole of it. Every rise, from the first pillar at Göbekli Tepe to the Golden Height of Rome, ran on the same two things: cohesion and response. A people bound together by something, a belief, a bloodline, a shared purpose, an asabiya, rising to meet a challenge, pooling their strength and building something greater than any of them could have built alone. That is how you climb, every single time. And every fall ran on the same shape too, the mirror image of the rise. Complacency where there had been hunger. Cost where the machinery of greatness grew so complex and so expensive that it consumed more than it returned. And fracture when the cohesion that built it all finally dissolved and the people stopped believing the story that held the whole thing up. The currency changes, a silver coin poisoned to a copper token, a canal silting shut in the Cambodian heat, knotted cords, a bolivar you had to weigh instead of count. But the failure always rhymes. Cohesion builds it, comfort rots it, the summit becomes the edge. Ibn Khaldun's clock, ticking under everything. But I owe you one last honesty before we close, because it's the most important thing of all. That staircase, band, village, chiefdom, city, empire, fall, is a map we drew. It is not a law of nature. It is a story we tell to make sense of the past. And, like every story tonight, we should hold it loosely and watch who it serves. Because the moment you look closely, the ladder sprouts off-ramps everywhere. Some peoples reached great scale and refused the king. Some built cities with no one on the throne. Some, like the people of Çatalhöyük, lived 1,000 egalitarian years and never climbed at all. The staircase was never the only path, and it was never inevitable. It was always, at every step, a choice. So here is where I'll leave you tonight. We began this whole climb on an island, with stone faces staring inland, and a lie about a people who supposedly destroyed themselves. And we ended in a roofless honeycomb of equal houses, 9,000 years old, held together by the quiet strength of mothers and daughters, with no king anywhere in sight. And I think that first rung held the whole argument all along. Because Çatalhöyük proves the thing every emperor forgot. The climb was always a choice. You never had to build the throne. You never had to keep climbing toward the summit. The ladder went up, yes, but the ground was always right there, and it was always livable. Every civilization we visited tonight believed its summit was the destination, the place it had been climbing toward all along, the proof that it had won. And every single one of them was wrong in exactly the same way, because the summit was never the destination. It was only ever the edge, the highest point and the most fragile point, the same place. Always. And the ones who lasted longest, the honeycomb town, the faceless planners, the peoples who kept their cohesion and never let comfort rot it through, they were the ones who never quite forgot that they could have just stayed by the fire, that the climb was optional, that there was no shame, and often a great deal of wisdom in choosing your rung and holding it. You are standing on a staircase too. We all are, in our work, our ambitions, our restless certainty that the next rung is the one that finally matters. So as you drift off tonight, hold just this one small thing in your hand. The summit is the edge. It always was. And the fire behind you is still warm. Since you made it this far, I'm glad you enjoyed the episode. If you would like to continue listening to episodes with similar themes, I linked them in the description below. You will also find a playlist of our most popular videos. Sleep now, Midnight Magnates. And wake up, as always, a little stronger and a little wiser. The story is done, but yours continues.